Welcome to Shredder Fanfic. Like, subscribe, and hype video. Join members to gain early access to new videos. The main character dies and wakes up as Clark Kent inside of Invincible. He is reborn as a Kryptonian and has all the powers of Kryptonians. What will he do inside of Invincible? Will he fight Omni-Man? Will he fight Conquest? Or will he fight Thrag? What will somebody with the powers of a Kryptonian do inside of Invincible?
Invincible, what if I am Clark Kent? Chapter 1 The Last Ordinary Day. The overhead lights of the supermarket buzzed faintly, too white, too sterile, like a hospital pretending to be something warmer. It smelled like oranges and plastic wrap, and my fingers were sticky from testing the ripeness of a clementine I'd never get around to eating. My cart squeaked with a wheel that refused to cooperate, dragging to the left every time I tried to steer. I let it win. Let it veer. What did it matter? I had all the time in the world. The produce aisle was quiet this time of day, the calm before the post-work rush. A mother herded her toddler toward the bananas, murmuring lullabies under her breath like she could ward off the tantrum she knew was coming. Somewhere near the butcher's counter, a sharp bark of laughter broke the hush, probably the kid stalking ground beef cracking a joke with someone who still had a reason to laugh. I stood there with my hand on a box of cereal, reading the back without really seeing it. My mind wasn't on breakfast. It hadn't been, not for weeks. I'd been sleepwalking lately through days, through decisions, through the thrum of life that once meant something. I was supposed to be figuring things out. Getting back on track. Small steps. Grocery lists. Clean socks. This was supposed to be a normal day. Then I saw him. At first I thought he was just another tired guy, same haunted eyes, same limp shuffle of someone trying not to draw attention. He looked young, mid-20s maybe, with a parka that hung too loose on his frame and jeans stained dark at the knees. I wouldn't have looked twice if not for the way he kept glancing over his shoulder. Fast. Like a hunted animal. Like something was already going wrong in his head. He disappeared down the next aisle and I almost dismissed it. Almost. Something in my gut tensed. Not a thought, not yet. Just, a pressure. A presence. That old sixth sense people like to joke about until it's the only thing standing between you and something unspeakable. I wheeled my cart forward slowly, curiosity outweighing good sense. I didn't want trouble. God, I never wanted trouble. But I needed to see. I turned the corner. He had the gun out already. It was small, black, blunt like a hammer. His hands shook around it. The muzzle bobbed from one terrified employee to the next, his voice cracking as he shouted nonsense commands, threats that tripped over each other in a panic. He wanted money. He wanted the doors locked. He wanted someone to believe he wasn't bluffing. No one moved. I did. It wasn't some grand gesture. I didn't throw myself forward or shout him down. I just stepped out from behind the corner, too slowly, too carefully, thinking maybe if he saw me, if he realized he wasn't invisible, he'd stop. He didn't stop. His eyes landed on me and for a second, the world slowed. I saw everything: his wild pupils, the red spider web of sleeplessness in his eyes, the ragged tear in his coat, the way his index finger trembled just above the trigger. Then he turned the gun on me. No, someone screamed too late. It didn't feel like I thought it would. Not the way movies show it. There was no dramatic slam, no heroic stagger. Just a pop, sharp and mean, and something hot bloomed in my chest. It felt like my lungs cracked open. I stumbled. The floor was colder than I remembered. Linoleum against my cheek, and all I could think was that it hadn't been cleaned well, sticky in some places, gritty in others. Dumb thoughts. Stupid, normal, everyday things. Blood pooled beneath me, warm and quick, and the sound of it felt wrong. Like it belonged in another world. Not here. Not among the cereal boxes and sale signs and the faint, annoying drone of a forgotten paw announcement. Someone shouted again. Distant. Muffled. I blinked. And blinked again. My limbs weren't working. I couldn't lift my hand. Couldn't push up. Couldn't even flinch when the second gunshot rang out. Everything slowed. Time stretched out into something syrupy and endless. I watched the ceiling lights blur into twin halos. I watched a child cry against her mother's hip, eyes wide with something she didn't yet have words for. I watched the robber the killer back away, his face contorted with a kind of horror I couldn't read. Was he sorry? Did it matter? My name felt distant. Shredder. A dumb nickname that had stuck too long, given by friends who thought it was funny that I'd torn my shirt on a fence once. It didn't feel like mine now. It didn't feel like anything. I couldn't tell if I was still breathing. The cold spread fast, creeping from my spine outward. Numb first. Then nothing. I wanted to scream. Not from pain, from the wrongness. The stupidity of it all. This wasn't supposed to be how it ended. Not here. Not like this. I'd meant to do more. To be more. Fix things. Figure things out. I thought of my phone, still in my pocket, untouched. My messages unread. My apologies unsent. Everything I hadn't said spun like static in my brain. Faces flickered. My mother's hands when she used to stroke my hair. My brother laughing with his mouth full. The last time someone told me they loved me, and I hadn't believed them. Then darkness came, not like a curtain falling, but like the light simply forgetting how to exist. And I thought, at the very end, please let this mean something. Shredder. Let it mean something. Let it. Chapter 2, Not Where I Belong. There's a moment between sleeping and waking that doesn't belong to either world. A breathless gray space where the mind is neither tethered to the dream nor fully returned to the body. In that place, I hung suspended, weightless, nameless, voiceless, stripped of pain but not of memory. Then I inhaled. The breath hit like thunder. Cold air, sharp and dry, knifed into my lungs and I gasped. I clutched my chest and jolted upright, heart thundering like it remembered the gunshot even if the wound was gone. I choked, coughed, and sprawled back onto a bed I didn't recognize. My ribs rose and fell in quick, panicked waves. I blinked rapidly against the sunlight pouring through the window like someone had turned the brightness slider up past maximum. White ceiling. Pale blue walls. Bookshelves overflowing with comics and paperbacks. A single poster on the wall, Superman, arms crossed, cape unfurling like a banner in some invisible wind. My eyes locked onto it. Superman. No. I stumbled out of bed, my limbs too light, too fluid, as though the bones inside me had been replaced. The floorboards beneath my feet creaked like they knew I didn't belong. I caught a glimpse of myself in the mirror over the desk and froze. I wasn't me. The face that stared back was too square. Square jaw, smooth skin, black hair slicked back like I'd stepped out of a cartoon. I touched my own cheek. The skin there was tight and warm, unfamiliar. What the hell, I whispered, and the voice that came out was deeper than I remembered. Steady. Controlled. Too calm for the storm in my chest. The name hit me in the back of the skull like a thrown brick. Clark. Clark Kent. But that didn't make sense. I wasn't him. I knew I wasn't him. The way someone knows their own heartbeat isn't borrowed. I didn't feel like Clark Kent. I didn't remember growing up in Kansas. I didn't feel the pull of two worlds. There was no crystal memory of Krypton, no sense of dual identity. Just wrongness. A gnawing, acidic sense of displacement rotting the edges of everything I looked at. I threw on clothes that were folded neatly at the end of the bed, jeans, a red flannel shirt, sneakers that fit too well, and stepped outside. The world was perfect. Too perfect. The sky was an uninterrupted dome of blue. The grass gleamed like it had never been stepped on. Every house on the block looked like it belonged on a postcard, trimmed hedges, pristine driveways, not a crack in the sidewalk. People waved when they walked past, smiling like extras in a sitcom. A man jogged by with his golden retriever and tipped an imaginary hat. I flinched. This wasn't real. Couldn't be. But I could smell the fresh-cut grass. I could feel the sun's warmth on my arms. My stomach rumbled. Every nerve screamed this was real, but none of it felt true. I needed answers. I wandered for what felt like hours, aimless and twitching with unease. At some point, my feet carried me to a school. It rose on the horizon like a factory for normalcy, brick walls, flagpole out front, teenagers swarming the courtyard in clumps. Some laughed, some shouted, some stared down at phones with an intensity I envied. All of it looked familiar in the way nightmares do, recognizable but wrong, distorted around the edges. And then I saw him. Across the courtyard, leaning against a vending machine with a bag slung over one shoulder, stood a kid I'd seen too many times not to know. Black hair. Tan skin. Jacket half-zipped. That smile that tried to be confident but always wavered on the edge of insecurity. Mark Grayson. No. No, no, no. I didn't breathe. Couldn't. The world tilted sideways. If Mark Grayson was here, if he was real, then this wasn't DC. This was Image. Invincible. I took a shaky step back and caught the metal rail beside me. My fingers dug into it until the cool steel bit through my skin, except it didn't. It didn't leave marks. No bruises. No pain. Clark Kent. Invincible. Mark Grayson. I wasn't in the DC universe. I wasn't in Kansas. I wasn't even in my own skin. And I definitely wasn't dead. Not anymore. So where the hell was I? I looked down at my hands, too steady. My arms too strong. Something coiled beneath the surface, like tension stored in muscle and bone that wasn't mine. I clenched my fists and felt power hum through me, faint but undeniable. And terrifying. I was Clark Kent in a world that had no Superman. I was Shredder, but no one here would remember that name. No one would mourn me. I'd died in a grocery store, anonymous and alone. And now I was here. Why? Mark didn't see me yet. He shoved some quarters into the machine, muttered something about math class, and wandered off toward the front doors. I stood there for too long. And when the warning bell rang and the courtyard began to clear, I didn't follow. I sat down on the steps, head in my hands, and stared at the ground like it might give me answers. What was I supposed to do? Introduce myself to Mark? Pretend I belonged? What if he already had powers? What if Nolan was watching? What if I changed something I wasn't meant to? I was an alien in a world that had too many secrets. And I'd already died once for getting involved in something that wasn't mine. But if I did nothing, if I just let this go, I had the sinking feeling that someone else would pay the price. And this time, I wouldn't be able to pretend I didn't see it coming. Chapter 3: Everything Too Quiet. The cafeteria lights flickered once overhead, bathing the lunch tables in a pale, overcast glow that didn't quite match the sun outside. Everything smelled like too much ketchup and overcooked meat. Fry oil hung in the air like a second skin. I sat alone at the far edge of the room, picking at my food and watching the sea of movement flow around me. Shoulder bumps, snatches of laughter, backpacks dropped beside seats like anchors. It was too loud. Too alive. But nothing about it felt familiar. It had been hours since I woke up in this new body. In someone else's life. Clark Kent. The name was printed cleanly on the school roster. People said it without blinking. The secretary smiled at me like I was just another transfer student trying to figure out where the hell to sit. No one questioned the name. No one laughed or raised an eyebrow or made some comic book joke, because in this world, Superman didn't exist. There were no capes. No Metropolis. No Justice League. I was a name without meaning. A body without origin. Dropped into a world I recognized only from shadows and fragments and the gnawing dread in my chest. Because this wasn't DC. It was his world. I saw Mark Grayson before he saw me slipping through the lunchroom door with his tray, brushing past a group of kids arguing over whose turn it was to buy soda. His hair was a little messy, his bag slung low over one shoulder. Same jacket. Same hesitant walk, like he hadn't quite figured out how much space he was allowed to take up in the world. He looked ordinary. He looked exactly the way he was supposed to before it all changed. And I knew that behind those tired eyes and quiet sighs was a fuse just waiting to be lit. Mark wasn't Viltrumite yet. Not awakened. Not flying. Not strong enough to crush steel in one hand or punch a hole through a mountain. Just a teenager. One I had no right to bother. No right to warn. But I couldn't not talk to him. "Hey," I said as he passed, lifting my hand before I could second-guess myself. He blinked, slowed, eyes scanning my face like he was trying to place me. "I'm new," I added, gesturing to the seat across from mine. "Mind if I sit with you?" Mark shrugged. "Sure. Knock yourself out." He sat across from me, fork digging into what looked like lasagna's third cousin twice removed. "Clark, right?" I nodded. "Yeah. First day. Kinda hard to miss." Mark gave a half smile. "Welcome to Reginald Vell Johnson High, home of the exhausted and the underpaid." I laughed quietly, surprised by how natural it felt. "It's not as bad as it looks." "You haven't had gym yet," he said, stabbing a carrot. "I'll take your word for it." We fell into a rhythm surprisingly fast. Mark talked easily, not too much, not too little, just enough to make the space between us feel like it had shape. He told me about the vending machines that always ate your money, the math teacher who said parabola like it was a curse word, the fact that the school lunch used to be worse before last year's health inspector visit. "What about you?" he asked, glancing up. "Where'd you transfer from?" I paused, carefully. "Midwest. Small place. No one ever remembered the name unless they lived there." He nodded like that made sense. "Parents move for work." Something about the question twisted in my stomach. "Yeah," I said softly. "You could say that." He didn't press. "Anyway," he said, changing the subject with a practiced ease that told me he knew when someone didn't want to explain. "I work at Burger Mart after school. If you're looking for something greasy and life-shortening, that's the place." "Is it as glamorous as it sounds?" "Oh, definitely. Friars from hell, customers who think coupons are sacred law, and a manager who looks like he's 5 minutes away from snapping and taking us all with him. Livin' the dream." I smiled again. "I might stop by." Mark tilted his head, eyes narrowing slightly, not suspicious, just curious. "You seem... I dunno. Chill. Most new kids either go full mystery loner or try way too hard. You're just kinda, here." "I've had enough of pretending to be someone I'm not," I said before I could stop myself. Mark looked at me for a beat too long. Then nodded. "Yeah. I get that." His eyes drifted to the window, where wind rustled the trees just enough to make them whisper. The noise of the cafeteria blurred into the background, soft and distant. "I dunno," he muttered. "Lately, I feel like something's off." Off how? He shrugged. Can't explain it. Just feels like I'm stuck in the wrong part of a story. Like something's supposed to happen, but it hasn't yet. Like I'm waiting for the plot to catch up. My breath hitched. You're right, I wanted to say. You're standing on the edge of everything. But I kept my voice light. Maybe you're just bored. Maybe, he said. Then frowned. Or maybe I'm broken. You don't seem broken. Mark poked at his food again, not meeting my eyes. Sometimes I wake up and my arms hurt. Or I swear I hear something outside, but it's just a car 4 blocks away. I don't know. My brain feels loud. I swallowed hard. It was starting. The slow crawl of awakening. Not a lightning bolt, not yet. Just tremors before the quake. You ever feel like that? He asked suddenly. Like your body's not quite your own. I hesitated. Every second since I'd woken up screamed yes. Yeah, I said quietly. More than I'd like. He looked up, and for a moment, his eyes weren't the eyes of a teenager, they were searching, sharp, hungry for answers I couldn't give him. And then the moment passed. He leaned back, fork dangling from his hand. Anyway, he said. Sorry. That got weird. No, I said. It didn't. He smiled, really smiled, full and crooked. Thanks. I mean it. You're cool, Clark. I nodded once, heart heavy. I hope I can be. Chapter 4 Burgers and Bare Truths. The bell above the door jangled like a nervous habit, sharp, high-pitched, and instantly forgettable. It didn't stop ringing after the first chime, either. It fluttered once more as I pushed the door open wider than necessary, letting the smell hit me full in the face. Grease. Burnt cheese. Plastic trays scrubbed clean of everything but disappointment. I stepped into Burger Mart slowly, eyes adjusting to the dim fluorescence and the faint haze of fryer oil that clung to everything. The place wasn't dirty, not quite, but it wasn't trying very hard either. Beige walls, chipped counters, ketchup pumps that wheezed more air than condiment. A soda machine hummed from the back wall like it was quietly dying. Behind the counter, a kid with too much product in his hair leaned against the register like he was born there. William. I recognized him from earlier in the day, loud, fast-talking, confident in a way only someone who'd never been punched in the mouth for it could afford to be. He was funny, I remembered that much. Sharp. But not cruel. He looked up as I walked in and narrowed his eyes. Welcome to the house of disappointment, he said, arms spread in a mock ground gesture. Would you like a burger, fries, or to question every life choice that led you here? I'll take whatever Mark recommends, I said, smiling just enough to be harmless. William blinked. You know Mark? Before I could answer, a familiar voice floated in from the back. William, quit traumatizing customers. Mark emerged from behind a stack of plastic trays, his apron already smeared with something halfway between mayo and tragedy. He paused when he saw me, surprised. You came, he said. I said I would. He grinned, broad and unguarded, that rare kind of expression that made you forget how heavy the world could be. This is Clark, he told William as he ducked behind the counter to wash his hands. New kid. Transferred in today. William leaned on the counter and gave me a once-over. Clark, hey? You look like you could bench press the grill. I raised an eyebrow. Is that a compliment or a job offer? Depends, William said. Can you survive 3 hours of this hell without crying? I died in a supermarket once, I muttered under my breath. What? Nothing, I said quickly. Long story. Mark returned, drying his hands on a paper towel. Clark's cool. Be nice. I am nice, William said, gesturing at himself. I am the human embodiment of customer service. Lies, Mark muttered. They bickered like brothers. Easy, fast, familiar. It hurt a little to watch. William raised an eyebrow. So what brings you to the grease pit, Clark? Just wanted to see where Mark gets his charming personality. That's mostly from me, William said, straight-faced. Mark rolled his eyes. Clark, ignore him. I'm trying. William feigned a wound to the chest and staggered toward the soda machine. The betrayal. The emotional violence. I'm telling Amber. Mark barked a laugh. I let it all soak in. The noise. The rhythm. The lightness. This was what normal looked like for them for now. But under it, I could feel it. Tension curled under Mark's skin like a muscle stretched too tight. He moved like he was trying not to move too fast. Blinked like the world shifted a little more with each day. He didn't know what was coming, but part of him could feel it instinctual, buried deep. And I couldn't tell him. Not yet. William returned, sipping a Sprite. So, Clark, you play any sports? You're built like a football scholarship. I laughed quietly. No. Not really a team player. Mark smirked. He means he's too cool to embarrass himself in gym class. Correct. You're definitely not from around here, William said. Where'd you transfer from again? I hesitated. Small town. Not important. William didn't press, but his eyes flicked to Mark and back like he was filing that answer away. Fair, he said. Weirdos welcome. You hungry? Sure. Mark handed me a tray a few minutes later. Cheeseburger, crinkle fries, a drink with too much ice. Don't judge it too harshly, he said. We make it with love. And despair. Delicious, I said, and sat at one of the sticky corner booths while the two of them moved back behind the counter. They worked well together. Fast, wordless rhythm, like they'd done this dance 100 times. William cracked jokes between customers. Mark smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes as often as it should have. He was thinking about something. Or maybe feeling something. I stared at my food but didn't touch it. I watched Mark Grayson from across the room and wondered what it felt like to be that close to becoming someone else. If his muscles ached in the morning. If his vision sharpened when he was angry. If he noticed the way glass strained when he pushed a door too hard. The burger tasted like cardboard when I finally bit in. Mark came over during his break and flopped across from me, peeling off his apron and tossing it onto the seat beside him. You really didn't have to come, you know. I wanted to. He blinked at that. Why? Because the world's about to break you open, and you'll either save it or bleed out trying. Instead, I said, you looked like someone I'd want to know. He tilted his head. That sounds rehearsed. It's not. He let it hang there, then leaned back. You ever feel like something's coming and you can't stop it? I looked at him, heart thudding too hard in my ribs. Every second. Mark chewed on that, then smiled faintly. You're weird, Clark. I've been told. We sat there a while longer, not talking. Not needing to. Across the room, William tried to juggle 3 empty soda cups and dropped them all. Mark didn't laugh, but his eyes crinkled like he wanted to. I didn't know how long I'd be in this world. I didn't know why I was in this world. But right now, in this booth, with cheap food and soft banter and the ghost of a future I couldn't stop. It was enough just to be here. Chapter 5: The Quiet Before Everything. The night smelled like asphalt and overwatered lawns. We walked side by side along a cracked sidewalk, the kind that dipped every few feet into rain-warped valleys. Street lamps buzzed above us, moths flitting in and out of their halos. Somewhere off in the distance, a sprinkler ticked in slow circles. The houses were quiet, warm-lit windows and soft silhouettes behind curtains, like lives being lived just out of reach. Mark had offered to walk me home after his shift. I didn't tell him I didn't know where home was. He didn't ask. The sky overhead was a deep violet, stars just beginning to burn through the haze of city light. I kept my eyes on them more than I should have, waiting, maybe, for something to streak across the dark. A comet. A spacecraft. Something to explain why me. Why here? Mark kicked a loose pebble ahead of us and shoved his hands into his jacket pockets. Hope Burger Mart didn't shatter your soul too much. I've survived worse. Oh yeah. He glanced over, amused. Like what? Bullets. Blood. Dying alone next to a cereal display. High school. Day 1, I said instead. You ever try making friends when everyone already has their circles carved into stone? He gave a little nod. Yeah. Freshman year was hell. We turned a corner, boots scuffing the edge of the curb. The world felt heavy in its silence, like it was waiting for us to break it. You always been here? I asked, half knowing the answer. Born and raised. He gestured vaguely around us. Same house. Same block. Same city. You know how it is. I didn't. Not anymore. Maybe not ever. Never wanted to leave. Mark shrugged. Sometimes. Not sure what I'd be running toward, though. Or from. I looked at him sideways. Everyone's running from something. His smile flickered. That's a little intense for post-Friar conversation. Sorry. No, he said, softer. It's not wrong. The street sloped gently down toward the edge of a park. The trees loomed ahead like shadows waiting to breathe. Mark veered off without asking, and I followed. The grass was damp underfoot, the smell of earth rich and real. We sat on the swings. No one else around. Just us and the soft creak of rusted chains as we drifted. Mark leaned back, kicking off a little. Not swinging hard, just enough for his shoes to scrape shallow grooves into the mulch below. I feel like something's wrong with me, he said after a long silence. My hands curled tighter around the chains. You're not wrong. He laughed, bitter and quiet. That's not really comforting, man. I mean, you're not broken. Something's different. That's all. He tilted his head, squinting at me. You say that like you know. I looked straight ahead. I've seen a lot of different. You talk weird, Clark. I think weird. He snorted. Fair. A car passed in the distance. A dog barked once. Then silence again. I keep thinking maybe it's just puberty part 2, Mark said. Like, congratulations, you're awkward and going crazy. You're not crazy. Then what the hell is happening to me? He asked, turning toward me now. I see things. Hear things. It's like I'll be walking, and suddenly everything's loud. Or I'll catch a reflection and think I moved faster than I should have. But when I try to do it again, nothing. My pulse ticked upward. He was close. Maybe days. Maybe less. I think, I said slowly, you're becoming who you're supposed to be. Mark stared at me. That's cryptic as hell. Yeah, I murmured. I'm kind of a mess. You don't talk like anyone else at school. Is that a bad thing? No, he said. It's kind of cool. I smiled, faintly. The swing creaked beneath me. The stars above felt a little less silent. I always thought I was supposed to be normal, Mark said suddenly. Like, my dad's this big shot hero, right? And I figured if I didn't get powers, that was fine. I could still be me. Just, normal. But now? I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I don't even know who I am anymore. I looked at him. Really looked. And saw the same thing I saw in myself in the mirror this morning, a stranger behind familiar eyes. I think you're still figuring that out, I said. And I think that's okay. Mark exhaled slowly. Yeah, he whispered. Yeah, maybe. We sat in silence again. The wind picked up a little, rustling the leaves above us. One of the swing chains groaned with the weight shift. I thought about telling him everything about Nolan, about Viltrum, about blood on the moon and teeth shattered in orbit. But I couldn't. It wasn't my place. Not yet. He had to walk his path. All I could do was be here. Present. Honest. Human. I'm glad you came to sit with me today, he said after a while. Me too. I think I needed someone to talk to. I nodded, not trusting my voice. Clark? Yeah. He looked up at the stars. His voice was small. What if I'm not ready? I stared at the dark with him. Then I'll be here, I said. Until you are. Chapter 6: The Weight of the Sky. I should head home, I said, standing slowly, wiping the bark dust off my palms. Mark didn't get up right away. He stayed in the swing, his sneakers dragging slow arcs in the dirt beneath him. Yeah, he murmured. All right. I watched him for a second longer than I should have, memorizing his outline against the darkening sky, the soft furrow in his brow, the way he carried the weight of questions he hadn't learned to ask aloud. Then I turned and walked off into the night. He didn't ask where home was. Good thing. Because I wasn't sure myself until I saw the building. It was an apartment block, the kind you'd forget after seeing it twice. 4 stories, sand-colored paint peeling at the corners, a cracked sidewalk out front flanked by dying shrubs. No doorman. No security. Just a code lock and a stubborn door that creaked when it opened. Somehow, a key was already in my pocket. 4th floor. End unit. 4C. The lock turned too easily. The door swung open on a sigh of stale air and artificial lemon. And then I stood there, alone. No sounds. No neighbors shouting through the walls. No footsteps above. Just silence, wide and hollow. The apartment was clean, but impersonal, like a hotel someone had tried to pretend was a home. Couch still wrapped in the echo of its showroom. Books stacked neatly on a shelf, spine stiff and unread. Kitchen untouched, save for a lone mug in the sink and a note on the fridge in handwriting I didn't recognize. Rent due next Friday. Don't forget this time. I closed the door behind me. Every step I took echoed. I moved through the space like I was trespassing, waiting for someone to return and demand to know why a stranger was pacing through their life. A laptop sat closed on a desk near the window. When I opened it, the screen flickered on instantly. No password. No hesitation. Just a desktop wallpaper of a wheat field under a golden sky, and a blinking cursor waiting for someone to type something worth saving. I closed it again. In the mirror near the bathroom, Clark Kent stared back at me. Broad shoulders. Calm face. Eyes that looked like they could carry the sky. I didn't recognize him. And yet, he was mine now. My hands curled slowly into fists. The city outside the window was painted in streetlight gold and sodium vapor haze. Traffic hummed low and constant, a lullaby of civilization that couldn't quite drown out the emptiness of the stars. I opened the window. The air hit me like a slap, cold, clean, alive. The wind tugged at my shirt, my hair. It felt like the edge of something. A dare whispered from the rooftop. And suddenly, I had to know. If this body, this gift was real. If it could fly. I stepped out onto the fire escape. Climbed the metal rungs to the roof. My boots clanged against the rusted ladder, each step heavier than it should have been. My heart thudded harder with every breath. Not fear, just pressure. Anticipation. The kind that builds before the moment something changes forever. The rooftop was flat and cracked. A puddle caught the moonlight near the edge, rippling gently in the breeze. I looked out at the skyline. Then up at the sky. And I jumped. The air swallowed me, instantly cold, fast, and uncaring. Gravity caught me like a vengeful god, and I hit the gravel hard with a grunt, rolled once, and came up coughing. "Okay," I muttered, brushing dust off my jeans. "Not like that." I stepped back again. Tried to feel it, whatever it was in my bones. That hum I'd felt before, beneath my skin, under my ribs. Something coiled deep inside me, waiting. I closed my eyes. Breathed deep. Ran forward and jumped again. Nothing. The impact rattled my teeth this time. I sat there on the rooftop, chest heaving, palms scraped. Somewhere below, a dog barked at nothing. A car alarm hiccuped once and died. The world kept moving, oblivious. I stared at the sky. And I remembered something. Not a memory. A scene. From a movie. Clark, the other Clark, hovering above the cornfields, his eyes closed, breath steady, and the air around him shimmering like heat off asphalt. Not flying by force, but by focus. Like he wasn't pushing against gravity, but folding space around himself like the sky wanted to hold him. I stood again. Closed my eyes. And reached for it, not strength, but stillness. Not muscle, but will. I let go of the tension in my shoulders. Felt the wind against my skin. Imagined the space around me as soft. Malleable. Waiting. And pushed. Not up. Not out. Inward. Something shifted. The world held its breath. My feet rose. Inches. Then a foot. I opened my eyes. The rooftop was beneath me, but I wasn't touching it. I was hovering. A laugh broke out of me, sharp, wild, half sobbing with disbelief. I leaned forward, gently. The air moved with me. Faster. Higher. The wind caught my face and my coat fluttered out behind me as the buildings shrank below. I wasn't falling. I wasn't fighting the sky. I was flying. I let out a shout, wordless, feral joy echoing off the empty night. The stars opened wide above me. And for the first time since I woke up in this world, I didn't feel lost. I felt alive. Chapter 7, Two Skies, Two Stories. Clark above the city. The wind tore past my ears in long, whistling streaks. Every second in the air unraveled something tightly wound in me, some old thread of fear or disbelief or doubt that I hadn't even realized I was carrying until it began to fall away. I was flying. No wires. No tricks. No crash mats waiting beneath me. Just me. Above the city. The rooftops blurred beneath me, rows of neon signs and blinking traffic lights, the dull roar of life 100 feet down. I banked left, slowly, hesitantly, and felt the muscles along my ribs tighten in reflex. It wasn't a twist of the body that turned me, it was will. Direction wasn't dictated by limbs, but by intention. Want it, and the world seemed to tilt beneath me to give it. I picked up speed. Below, a commuter train snaked through the darkness, windows glowing like dull teeth. I kept pace with it for a few seconds, then surged ahead, exhilaration bubbling in my chest like pressure behind glass. Laughter rose in my throat, unbidden. I wasn't just flying. I was free. It was all real. The strength, the speed, the silence between moments that only I could step into. I pushed higher, cutting through a thin layer of clouds, letting the mist beat against my skin. The stars overhead blinked cold and sharp. The city was a sleeping dragon beneath me, and I was just learning how to ride its breath. I circled a radio tower. Touched one of the guide wires. It thrummed beneath my fingers, humming like a tuning fork. This body was mine now. Whatever this world had planned, whatever fate brought me here, this was something I could use. I turned north, chasing the sound of wind and the promise of control. Below me, the world spun on, unaware. Mark at the kitchen table. Mark Grayson stabbed at the remnants of meatloaf on his plate, pushing peas into the gravy like they were pieces of a puzzle he couldn't figure out. His fork clinked gently against porcelain. Across from him, his father sat reading the paper with the kind of practiced nonchalance that only looked natural until you started paying attention to it. His mother was washing dishes, sleeves rolled up, brow furrowed in concentration. She hadn't asked if he wanted seconds yet. That was how Mark knew she was distracted. Something felt off tonight. He didn't want to say it out loud. Not yet. So instead, he said something else. I made a new friend at school. His mother paused, just a second too long, then nodded. Oh yeah. Yeah. His name's Clark. Transferred in today. His father looked up now, folding the paper carefully in half. Clark, hey. Mark shrugged. He's cool. Kind of weird, but in a good way. Quiet. Not fake. Where's he from? Debbie asked, drying her hands on a dish towel. Somewhere out west. Said the town was so small no one ever remembered it. Sounds like Kansas, Nolan murmured, voice low. Mark glanced at him. Why, you know him? No, Nolan said too quickly. Just sounds familiar. Mark raised an eyebrow. His father never forgot names. Debbie sat beside him, pulling her chair in with a gentle scrape of wood on tile. What do you like about him? Mark hesitated. I dunno. He listens. Doesn't talk just to hear himself. And he looks at people like he's seeing more. Like he's been through some stuff. His mom's mouth tightened slightly. You think he's dangerous? No, Mark said, surprised by how quickly the word came. I think he's just alone. Not in a sad way. Just not used to people. Nolan leaned forward now, elbows on the table. You should be careful who you let close, Mark. Mark blinked. He's just a guy. Is he? There was a beat of silence that stretched too long. Mark looked between them. His mother's jaw was tight. His father's eyes were unreadable. I'm not stupid, Mark said finally. I know how to tell when someone's faking. Clark's not. He's real. His father looked at him for a long moment. Then leaned back. All right. That was it. Just all right. But something about the way he said it made the hairs on the back of Mark's neck rise. Debbie reached across the table and squeezed his hand. Her smile was soft, but it didn't quite reach her eyes. I'm glad you've got someone, she said. Mark nodded slowly, unsure if he'd won something or just lost a fight he hadn't seen. Later that night, he lay in bed staring at the ceiling. He kept thinking about what Clark had said on the swings. You're becoming who you're supposed to be. The words echoed in his chest. And outside, the sky hummed with wind that moved too fast for the world to feel. Chapter 8: A warm spot to breathe. The apartment was quiet, but not in a bad way. When I stepped in, the floor gave its usual creak just inside the door. The hallway light buzzed once, then steadied. It was still early enough in the evening that someone on another floor had a window open and music playing faintly. Nothing I recognized, just a soft beat and a lazy guitar. I didn't bother with dinner. I wasn't really hungry, not after flying. I took a long shower, let the heat loosen everything in my shoulders. Water hammered against the back of my neck, steam fogged the mirror, and I just stood there for a while, eyes closed, feeling the weight of the day melt off. No bullets. No emergencies. Just hot water and a cheap ceramic tile floor. The bed was a little too stiff, but I barely noticed. I was asleep as soon as my head hit the pillow. When I woke up the next morning, the sky outside the window was a soft blue-gray, hinting at sun. I took another shower, shorter this time, just to feel clean. No thoughts. No noise. Just the rhythm of running water. In the kitchen, I found a box of cereal, crunchy, sweet, probably aimed at kids, but I didn't care. I poured a bowl, added just enough milk to float the top layer, and ate it slowly, staring out the window over the sink. The apartment faced east, and the sun was just starting to peek between two rooftops. It felt good. Not like power. Not like flight. Just warm. I packed my lunch next. 2 slices of bread, a scoop of peanut butter, half a spoon of jam. I pressed the sandwich flat, wrapped it in a napkin, and dropped it into a plastic bag. Then I grabbed an apple. And an orange. I paused halfway to the door, thought for a second, then threw in an extra napkin and a plastic spoon just in case I found something else at school to eat. The walk-in was quiet. Not as many cars yet. A few kids ahead of me on bikes, some sleepy parents with travel mugs. I beat Mark there. He showed up 5 minutes before first bell, hoodie zipped halfway, bag bouncing against one hip like it always did. "Hey," he said when he saw me. "You're early." "I like the morning." Mark made a face. "Ugh. You're one of those people. You say that like it's a crime." "It is, man. Mornings are for regretting the night before and pretending coffee counts as breakfast." We walked inside together, weaving past the front lockers and toward the main hallway. "You pick a table yet?" Mark asked. "If we don't sit fast, we'll end up by the vending machines again." I glanced around the room. A few tables had people already. One by the whiteboard was half full. Another by the back wall had kids I didn't recognize talking too fast for the hour. But near the windows. Empty table. Full sunlight. I pointed. "There." Mark followed my finger, squinting. "Sunspot, hey?" "All right. Bold move." We sat down just as the first wave of other students filed in behind us. The sun poured across the table like someone had cracked open a jar of gold. Warm. Calm. Steady. Mark leaned back in his chair, closing one eye against the glare. "Not gonna lie, this is kind of nice. A little toasty, but in a cozy lizard on a rock kind of way." "I like the sun," I said. He cracked one eye open again. Yet. Makes me feel better." He nodded like that made perfect sense. In truth, I had no idea if it mattered. If this body, this version of me actually grew stronger in the sunlight. But if there was even a chance it did, I wasn't going to waste it. Not here, where every little edge might count. Mark started unpacking a granola bar and a yogurt cup. I reached into my bag and took out the sandwich and fruit. We ate in easy silence, the kind that didn't need filling. Someone behind us groaned about a pop quiz. Another kid tried to convince the table next to ours that he definitely finished the homework even though he hadn't. "Hey," Mark said suddenly, looking over at me. "Thanks for yesterday." Talking and stuff. It helped. I nodded. Yeah. Anytime. He smiled, then reached over and stole half of my orange with the confidence of someone who expected to get away with it. And for a few minutes, the sun shone bright, and the world felt like it could wait. Chapter 9. Something like normal. The hallway smelled like floor polish and yesterday's tater tots. Second period had just ended, and the stampede between classes was at full force, backpacks swinging, sneakers squeaking, someone shouting something about gym class being a literal war crime. I slipped out of English and leaned against a locker near the drinking fountain, waiting for the crowd to thin. That's when I spotted William. He stood on tiptoes to reach the top of his locker, grumbling like the thing had personally wronged him. I swear, he muttered, stretching his fingers just barely high enough, if this lunch bag has another exploded yogurt, I'm suing my mom for emotional damage. I raised an eyebrow. That a thing now? Suing your parents over lunch? He glanced over, startled, then grinned. Clark, right? New guy who sits with Mark and hogs all the Sunday. Guilty. I knew it. He finally yanked the lunch bag down with a flourish and gave it a suspicious shake. You've got a main character aura. Very mysterious. Very. I might have a dark backstory but also pack a mean sandwich. I laughed. You're weird. Thank you. I pride myself on being one of a kind annoying. He slammed his locker shut and turned toward me, walking backward like his day job was leading tours through chaos. So. Where are you from, really? I gave him a look. Didn't Mark tell you? He told me somewhere small and boring. Which, no offense, sounds made up. It's real, I said. Just not worth googling. He nodded slowly. Mysterious and humble. Dangerous combo. We walked together down the main hallway, the tail end of the crowd still filtering toward their next class. William popped a stick of gum and offered me one. I shook my head. Suit yourself, he said, chewing with one side of his mouth like a cartoon detective. So, Clark. What's your vibe? Sports? Theater? Secret dungeon with anime figurines and battle maps? None of the above. Oh, you're brooding. That's your vibe? I smirked. I just like keeping my business to myself. Respectable, William said, giving a mock bow. But I'm a chronic oversharer, so it's only fair I ask invasive questions in return. Like what? Like, if you could fight any animal, what's the line where you'd start losing? Like, you versus a wolf who wins. I blinked. That escalated fast. It's important, he insisted. For science. I thought about it. Wolf's doable if I get the first move. Anything bigger, probably not. William pointed at me like he'd just confirmed a theory. You think tactically. I respect that. I said a bobcat. Sleek, angry, but beatable with a mop handle and some luck. Do you often plan combat scenarios against wildlife? I have very vivid daydreams, he said, spinning in a lazy half circle. But okay, real question. You and Mark, what's the deal there? I frowned slightly. What deal? I mean, he talks about you. Which is wild, because Mark doesn't usually talk about anyone. He likes you. That a problem? No, William said quickly, raising his hands. It's just, good. I think. He's been weird lately. I stayed quiet. You noticed, right? William asked, voice dropping slightly. Like, how he zones out sometimes. Or suddenly flinches like he hears something the rest of us can't. Yeah, I said. William nodded. Thought so. I figured maybe it was stress, but then he started walking home from school like he's avoiding the bus on purpose. That's a new level of drama, even for him. He ever talk to you about it? Nope. I'm just the comic relief best friend. If he's got brooding to do, that's your department now. Lucky me. We turned into a side corridor that cut behind the science wing. Fewer people here. The quiet kind of space you looked for when you didn't want to deal with the cafeteria rush. William leaned against a locker and eyed me curiously. You're not like the other guys here, he said after a beat. Is that good or bad? He shrugged. Don't know yet. But it's interesting. I watched him for a second. You're not like most guys either. William beamed. Now that's the compliment I've been waiting for. We both laughed, and for a moment it felt easy normal. Like I really could be someone new here, someone simple. Just a teenager with too much homework and weird friends. Then the bell rang, cutting through the hallway like a blade. William groaned. Ugh. Chemistry. I've got bio. Tragic. Let's suffer in parallel. We peeled off, each heading toward our own classroom, but William tossed a grin over his shoulder. Hey, Clark. Yeah. I like you, man. Don't be a stranger. I gave him a nod. I'll try. Chapter 10 The Walk to Burger Mart. The sun hung low over the city, not quite setting, not quite giving up. That weird hour where everything glowed too gold, like someone messed with the brightness settings. Asphalt shimmered ahead of us, and the sidewalk kicked heat through our sneakers, every step echoing with that dry, lazy rhythm only a Friday afternoon could manage. William talked the entire time. Okay, hear me out, he said, hands flapping with the drama of the argument he was building. Titan is objectively the coolest hero on the B-list circuit. He's got that gritty underdog vibe, the voice, the walk, he's basically charisma wrapped in concrete. Mark rolled his eyes. He's not bad, but cool? Come on. He got tossed into a bus last week like a sack of potatoes. Which made him relatable. William argued. The best heroes are the ones who bleed a little. Makes them feel more real. Not everyone needs to be a powerhouse with laser vision and a god complex. I think it's the confidence, I said, mostly to keep the rhythm going. Doesn't matter if you get thrown into a bus. If you get back up, people remember that. William pointed dramatically at me. See? Clark gets it. Mark shrugged. Fine, whatever. You two can have your man crush on Titan. I'm just saying he's no Omni-Man. William snorted. Oh, sure, 'cause that's what we need more of. Towering rage machines with tempers the size of the moon. Mark slowed a little at that, jaw tightening. Just for a second. Most people wouldn't have caught it. I did. But I didn't say anything. We crossed through a small park, one of those sad rectangles of grass squeezed between two apartment blocks. A couple of kids were kicking a half-flat soccer ball around, and someone's dog barked at nothing. I had my backpack slung over one shoulder, a notebook tucked under my arm. I wasn't even pretending to be excited about tagging along to Mark's shift at Burger Mart, I just didn't have anything better to do. Homework seemed like a decent excuse. And, honestly, it felt good to walk with them. To not be alone. William looped around a tree, still going. Okay, but seriously. If you had powers, actual powers, what would you do? Mark scoffed. What, like, become a hero? Yeah. Go out, suit up, punch bad guys. Live the dream. Mark glanced over at me. What about you, Clark? I thought about it for a second. I don't know, I said truthfully. I think people imagine they'd do the right thing if they had powers. But it's not that simple. William raised an eyebrow. Meaning it's not just about fighting villains and looking cool. You start throwing punches through buildings, people get hurt. It's not just bad guy down and walk away. Mark was watching me now, more carefully than before. You sound like you've thought about it, he said. I shrugged. I think about a lot of things. William nodded. That's fair. But come on, there's gotta be something you'd do. You wouldn't just go back to math class after realizing you could fly. I kept my voice casual. If I could fly, I'd still want to eat cereal in the morning and walk to school with friends. Mark smirked. That's the most grounded thing I've ever heard. Pun intended. I asked. William groaned loudly. I hate both of you. We passed a corner store with flickering neon. A woman swept the sidewalk in front, giving us a tired wave as we walked by. Mark nodded back automatically. Okay, serious question, William said, pivoting. Do you think people with powers owe it to everyone else to be heroes? Mark frowned. Owe it how? Like, if you can lift a car and fly, but you decide to just live in a cabin and fish for the rest of your life, is that selfish? I glanced over at Mark, curious to see how he'd answer. He looked thoughtful, brow furrowed. I think, if you can help people and you don't, that kind of says something about who you are. But I don't know if it's wrong, exactly. Just, hard to live with. That's a pretty heavy take, William said. Mark gave a lopsided grin. You asked. We rounded the final corner and Burger Mart came into view, bathed in that unflattering fluorescent glow it always wore, like a beacon for the hungry and the half-hearted. Mark sighed. Well, here we are. My greasy second home. You're such a poet, I said. He flipped me off half-heartedly and pushed through the employee door while William and I wandered toward the side bench. Mind if I hang out for a bit? I asked. William flopped down beside me. You kidding? You're the only thing keeping me sane during these shifts. I swear if one more dude tries to order a triple bacon meat chariot that's not on the menu, I'm gonna scream. I cracked open my notebook and let my pencil drift. Inside, the light buzzed. Mark tied his apron with that same distracted tension in his shoulders he never quite noticed. William leaned back against the bench and stared up at the darkening sky. Still think about that flying thing, he muttered. Like, if I could just go, I think I would. Straight up. No plan. Just air under me and see what happens. I didn't answer. But in the back of my mind, I remembered the feeling of the wind in my hair. The sky in my chest. And yet if I could go again, I would. Every time. Chapter 10 Burgers, Banter, and Hero Talk. The heat of the day still clung to the pavement as the three of us made our way down the sidewalk, backpacks slung loose, the kind of aimless end-of-day walk that meant nobody had anywhere better to be. Mark's shift at Burger Mart was coming up, and William and I had decided to tag along him out of loyalty, me because, frankly, I couldn't think of anything else to do. Also, the idea of sitting alone in my apartment while the sky turned gold didn't feel great. So I'm saying, William declared, flapping one arm for emphasis as we crossed the street, that if you had powers, and you didn't at least try to be a hero, you're kind of a jerk. Mark scoffed. You're just mad because you wouldn't get picked for the team. I would be an excellent sidekick, William said, pretending to be offended. I have quips, charm, and excellent bone structure. You'd trip over your own cape, Mark shot back. I'd wear a cloak, thank you. I grinned and adjusted the strap on my shoulder. Do heroes actually wear cloaks anymore? William pointed at me. See? Clark gets it. No capes, no cloaks. Just function. Clean lines. Maybe a dramatic color palette. We were 3 blocks from Burger Mart, and already William was in rare form. I hadn't realized how much I'd missed this kind of thing, just walking. Talking. Being part of something that didn't come with sirens or headlines or the weight of decisions no one was old enough to make. Mark kicked at a loose rock as we walked, keeping quiet for a beat. You ever think about it? He asked finally. Actually doing it? Being a hero? I think everyone thinks about it, I said. Doesn't mean they're cut out for it. William nodded. Facts. You'd be surprised how many people think I have powers means I know what I'm doing. Big difference between lifting a car and knowing when not to. Mark looked up at that. So what would you do, Clark? With powers? Yeah. I took a moment. I'd probably wait, I said. Until I was sure. Until I could control it. Helping people doesn't mean much if you end up making everything worse. William whistled low. Damn. That's weirdly mature. Sorry, I said, smiling. Didn't mean to kill the vibe. Mark shook his head. No, you're right. It's just sometimes I wonder, you know? What it'd feel like to actually do something that mattered. Your life already matters, William said. You flipped that lady's overstuffed grocery cart back upright last week like a champ. Mark blushed. She was old. And the cart was stuck. Still heroic. We turned the corner and the grease glow of Burger Mart came into view, neon flickering a little under the store sign like it was trying not to draw attention to itself. Mark groaned as he pulled out his keys. Time to become one with the friar. You're a noble sacrifice, William said solemnly. May your apron be ever unstained. That's literally impossible. He slipped inside through the employee door, and William and I slid onto the side bench just out of view of the drive-through window. The air smelled like fryer oil, pickles, and something deeply artificial that might once have dreamed of being cheese. I pulled out my notebook, flipping it open to a half-finished worksheet. William peeked over. Man, you really brought homework. I didn't know what else to bring. He leaned back, arms behind his head. Clark, you are the most reasonable person I've ever met. I say that with admiration. And a little fear. Appreciate that. Inside, Mark was tying his apron with that same lopsided knot he always used, already sliding into the rhythm of the place. I could see him through the window between the fryer and the soda machine, moving quick, but still distracted. Like part of him was always somewhere else. William cracked open a can of soda and nudged me with his elbow. Think he's okay? He seems fine. I mean, I know Mark, William said. And lately he's been weird. Not bad weird. Just off. He keeps spacing out. Like he's waiting for something, but he doesn't know what. I didn't answer right away. Because I'd seen it too. Mark flinching at sudden sounds. Pausing mid-step like the world had shifted under his feet. Looking at his hands when he thought no one was watching. Maybe he is waiting, I said. William frowned. For what? I looked up at the sky. It was still blue. Still quiet. Still calm. I don't know, I said. But I think whatever it is, it's close. Chapter 11 The Sound That Shouldn't Be. The pen in my hand had long since stopped moving. William was still talking something about ionic bonds and how they were obviously invented just to ruin his GPA, but I'd stopped listening. My head was tilted slightly, like that would help me make sense of the noise we'd both just heard. Something had hit the dumpster outside Burger Mart. No, that wasn't right. It hadn't hit it. It had rattled it. From a distance. Like the impact hadn't happened here at all, but the echo had bounced back from somewhere far, fast, and way too loud. Clark, William said, waving a hand in front of my face. Are we entering our brooding phase again? I need emotional stability in my study partners. I stood up slowly, my notebook sliding off my lap and into the grease-stained bench. You heard that, right? He blinked. Heard what? I pointed toward the alley. The noise. Pfft, he scoffed. It's a Friday night behind a burger mart. If it's not a possum in the trash, it's some burnout chucking milk cartons at the wall. Come on, man, sit down. We've still got 5 more questions, and I'm 90% sure I hallucinated the answer to number 6. But I was already walking. William groaned behind me. You know, one day, you're going to chase one of these weird noises and actually find something terrifying. And I'm gonna have to write your obituary while failing chemistry. The alley stretched long and empty, the wind tossing a plastic cup across the cracked pavement. My boots echoed faintly as I passed the side door Mark had gone through earlier. The smell of fryer oil thinned behind me, replaced by cool air and distant engine hums. I turned the corner. And stopped. Mark stood halfway down the alley, near the row of dumpsters, backlit by the pale blue spill of a street lamp. His hoodie was half-zipped, apron tied crooked, and he looked, out of breath. But not tired. He was staring up at the sky. Not watching. Tracking. Like he'd just thrown something. And whatever it was still going. My eyes followed his gaze, instinct flickering before reason. There was no trail, no visible object, no sign of what he'd launched. But I didn't need proof. I felt it. The weight in the air. The way the silence hung after impact, like the world had paused for a second to catch up. He'd thrown something hard enough to leave Earth's gravity. And he looked stunned. Breathless. Like he wasn't sure he'd meant to do it. I ducked back behind the corner, heart pounding. Mark. He'd awakened. Right here. Right now. Viltrumite. The word pulsed in my mind like a second heartbeat. The start of it all, domino 1. This was the moment. The real beginning. I waited, not moving, not breathing, until I heard the soft creak of the side door opening again and Mark stepping back inside. His footsteps faded toward the kitchen. One of the fryers hissed. Someone laughed faintly from inside. I straightened, forced my face into something neutral, and turned back toward the bench. William looked up from his worksheet and raised an eyebrow. Well? Did the trash raccoons rise up against humanity? I dropped back down beside him, pulling my notebook into my lap like nothing had happened. Nope, I said. Just some weird wind. He narrowed his eyes. You're a terrible liar, Clark. Only when it's not important. Uh-huh. He turned back to his homework, muttering about chemical bonds. I didn't look back toward the alley. I didn't need to. Because whatever came next, it had already started. Chapter 12: The Night Divides. We split up just past the corner store, the one with the flickering sign and the racks of energy drinks that always seemed too expensive. William peeled off first, earbuds already in, waving lazily over his shoulder. Later, heroes, he called, already halfway into some song only he knew the words to. Mark and I walked another block in silence before he slowed. This is me, he said, nodding toward a familiar set of porch lights. I nodded. Night. He hesitated. Just for a second. Like he was going to say something else, but whatever it was, he swallowed it. Yet. Night. He slipped through his front gate. I watched his silhouette vanish behind the door, heard the muffled sound of his mom's voice, the creak of hinges. Then I turned. And stepped into the sky. The wind met me like an old friend, cool, steady, carrying the scent of cut grass and warm pavement. I soared over rooftops and lamplight, over sleeping cars in the hush of backyards where dogs stirred in their dreams. Streetlights blurred beneath me. Traffic lights blinked lazily, irrelevant from this height. I flew with my arms loose at my sides, body angled like instinct knew better than physics. My jacket flapped open behind me. The stars arched above, quiet and untouched. This, I realized, was peace. Not noise. Not speed. Not even power. Just quiet. When I landed on my building's rooftop, the gravel shifted softly under my boots. No one below noticed. No one looked up. I stepped inside. The apartment welcomed me with its usual hush and faint detergent scent. I hung my jacket, tossed my keys on the counter, and went straight to the shower. Hot water, plain bar soap, nothing fancy. Just routine. When I stepped out, I felt the steam cling to my skin like it didn't want to let go. I made 2 eggs simple, fried, slightly overcooked because I wasn't really paying attention. Ate standing at the counter. After that, I brushed my teeth with the same focusless rhythm I'd done 100 times before. And when I lay down in bed, it wasn't sleep that came first. It was anticipation. Tomorrow, I thought. Everything starts now. Mark that night. His hands still tingled. He stared at his palms like they'd grown new lines overnight, like something under the skin had shifted, stretched, woken up. Dinner was over. His mom was washing plates in the kitchen, humming under her breath. His dad sat on the couch, reading a book he'd already read twice. The evening felt normal. Cozy. And completely out of sync with the way Mark's heart kept hammering in his chest. He stood in the living room doorway for a second too long. Nolan looked up. Everything okay? Mark's voice cracked a little when he answered. I think I have powers. The room went still. His mom turned off the faucet but didn't move. His dad lowered the book. You what? Debbie asked, walking out with a dish towel still in her hands. I was behind Burger Mart after my shift, taking out the trash, and I got annoyed and just, Mark made a throwing motion, hand cutting through the air. I launched the bag. Launched it. How far? Nolan's voice was calm. Too calm. I don't know. I wasn't aiming. But I threw it hard. And it didn't come back down. His parents exchanged a glance. Mark swallowed. Is that normal? Debbie looked to Nolan. He set the book down and stood slowly. It's not unexpected, he said. You're 17. It was going to happen soon. So. I'm like you. Nolan nodded once. You're Viltrumite. It was only a matter of time before your powers developed. Strength. Flight. Maybe more. Mark felt something between panic and exhilaration coil in his chest. So what now? Do I start training? Do I get a suit or? Nolan held up a hand. We take it one step at a time. No suits. Not yet. You need to learn what you're capable of. Mark nodded quickly, almost too quickly. His mother crossed the room and pulled him into a hug. I'm proud of you. But be careful, okay? Don't rush into anything. Mark clung to her a second longer than he meant to. I won't. But in his chest, that buzz was still growing. The feeling of flight just waiting beneath his skin. Tomorrow couldn't come fast enough. Chapter 13 Eyes in the Sky. The morning air carried that early spring chill, sharp enough to wake me up the second I stepped out onto the roof. Sunrise hadn't crested yet, just the orange hint of it, stretching across the sky like someone had cracked the edge of the world open. The city was still half asleep, lights flickering off in windows, traffic a low hum far below. I stood at the edge of the rooftop, took a slow breath, and pushed. The air caught me clean this time. Smooth. No lurch, no wobble, no panic like those first few nights. Just weightlessness. Intent. I rose into the sky like I belonged there. The cold hit harder at altitude, but I didn't care. I moved slow at first, coasting above rooftops, arms relaxed at my sides. The wind was quiet at this hour, less like noise, more like a whisper in my ear. Higher still. Faster. My eyes adjusted to the curvature of the city beneath me. Familiar routes. Schools. Street corners. I flew a lazy loop around the block, letting my muscles adjust to the shift in motion. This body had learned quickly. Faster than I expected. Like flying was built in, just waiting for the right kind of mind to unlock it. I tilted into a dive, slicing through a gap between two buildings, let the thrill sit in my ribs a little longer than I should have. And then, down by the canal, I saw him. Mark. He was standing on the edge of a raised platform near the water treatment plant, arms tensed, fists clenched, knees slightly bent. His jacket was unzipped, wind ruffling the hem. Every muscle in his body was bracing for something. He jumped. Rose about 5 feet. And crashed back down with a muttered curse. I hovered above the clouds, silent. He tried again. And again. Short hops. Launches that had just enough force to count as maybe. His feet scraped the concrete every time he landed. He looked pissed. Embarrassed. He looked like a kid trying to wool his bones into obeying. I didn't move. Didn't call out. Just watched. Because this was at the very edge of the world he thought he knew. The moment before flight becomes flight. Before power becomes reality. Then a gust of air twisted the clouds behind him. And someone landed with a heavy, confident thud beside him. Nolan. Omni-Man. He stood with his hands on his hips, calm, composed, the sun catching the curve of his mustache just so. His expression was unreadable, but I could see the weight in it, the gravity of someone who knew exactly what Mark was going through, and exactly what came next. Mark turned quickly, startled. "Dad. You're jumping wrong," Nolan said. Mark blinked. "What? You're focusing on your legs. You're not leaping. You're throwing yourself away from the ground. Big difference." Mark looked down at his feet like they'd betrayed him. "I thought it was like jumping really hard." "It's not. You have to want it. It's not about the motion. It's about control. About letting your body do what it already knows how to." Nolan hovered a few feet off the ground, effortlessly, like he didn't remember how not to. Mark stared. Then nodded. I tucked behind a ventilation unit on a nearby rooftop, careful to stay quiet. I wasn't supposed to be here. Not for this. This was a father teaching his son how to unlock his bloodline. This was personal. But I couldn't look away. Mark tried again. And this time, he rose. Wobbly. Uneven. But it was air. He hovered a foot above the concrete, arms spread like he was afraid to tip sideways. Nolan nodded. "Good. Now stop thinking." Mark fell. Hard. I winced. But Nolan didn't flinch. He offered a hand, pulled Mark back up. Again. Again. And again. Until Mark hovered nearly 2 stories high. His body steadier. His core locking into the idea of it. I smiled, just a little. Then Nolan turned. Right toward me. Not just vaguely. Directly. "You can come out now," he said, not loud but perfectly clear. "You've been watching long enough." My stomach flipped. Mark spun in the air, nearly losing balance mid-hover. What? Clark? I stepped out slowly, hands raised halfway, not because I was afraid, but because I wasn't stupid. Nolan floated closer, arms crossed. You're the new friend Mark's been talking about. Mark dropped awkwardly back to the ground, landing in a half-run to reach me. Wait, how'd you get here? Were you flying? I didn't answer right away. Nolan stared at me like he was measuring something in his head. Not surprised. Not angry. Just watching. Clark? Mark asked again. I was nearby, I said carefully. Heard some noise. Nolan's expression didn't change. That's a long way to hear from your house. Mark looked between us, still out of breath. You can fly. I nodded. Nolan tilted his head. How long have you been able to? I shrugged, voice steady. Not long. I'm still figuring things out. Mark gave a short, shocked laugh. Dude. You could have told me. You had enough going on, I said, offering a faint smile. Didn't want to steal your thunder. He looked like he didn't know whether to hit me or high-five me. But Nolan just kept staring. Eyes narrowing. Like I'd just made a ripple in a still pond. Chapter 14 The Sky Has Eyes. Up here, the air was thin and weightless. It didn't press against your skin like it did on the ground. Up here, there was no resistance, just movement. Just silence. Just blue. We floated high above the city, so far up the streets were just veins of fading light. Cars looked like fireflies. Buildings bled into clouds. And all around us was open sky. Mark was still breathing hard, trying to get used to flying. He hadn't said much since we followed Nolan up into the atmosphere. His flight path wobbled every few feet, his arms twitching to correct each minor drift. I stayed beside him, letting him see that I wasn't even trying. It probably didn't help. Ahead, Nolan hovered with arms folded, looking like gravity had never been a factor in his life. There was no tension in his stance. He didn't adjust. Didn't strain. He just waited, an icon silhouetted against the brightening clouds. This is far enough, Nolan said, his voice crisp and even despite the altitude. Time to train for real. Mark finally steadied beside me, shoulders stiff. What are we doing up here? Nolan turned slightly, eyes locked on his son. You're going to hit me. Mark blinked. What? You want to get stronger? Learn how to fight? Then stop being afraid of your own strength. Punch me. Full force. I don't want to hurt you. You won't, Nolan said. And that hesitation? It's going to get someone killed if you don't deal with it. Mark swallowed hard. Then nodded. He clenched his fists, drew back his arm. And punched. It was decent. Not bad. There was power in it. But it was controlled. Cautious. He pulled it at the last second, like someone throwing a punch in a dream, like he was hoping Nolan would praise him for restraint. Nolan didn't budge. Didn't blink. He just raised one eyebrow, like he'd been brushed by wind. Again, he said. Mark's mouth tightened. He looked frustrated, embarrassed. He hovered back a few feet, flexing his hand, but didn't argue. Then Nolan turned to me. Clark? Let's see what you've got. I nodded. And I moved. Fast, clean and direct. I twisted into the punch, gave it body, weight, edge. But not everything. 50%. Just enough to sell it. The wind cracked around my arm as it connected with Nolan's chest. His whole body shifted 5 feet back. His eyes widened a fraction as he caught himself midair and rolled his shoulders out. He floated back into place with a smirk. Now that's what I'm talking about. Mark stared at me, stunned. You went full out, he said. You didn't even hesitate. I didn't correct him. Nolan clapped me on the shoulder. Firm. Pleased. You've got control, strength, and guts. That's a good combination. Mark, that's what you're supposed to do. Mark's fists clenched. I tried. You held back, Nolan said. He didn't. You think your enemies are going to give you a second chance? Mark looked like he was about to snap. But then Nolan turned back to me. And you, he said, almost smiling. Nice punch. I nodded. Said nothing. Because inside? I was already doing the math. He didn't know. He didn't notice I was holding back. And that was exactly how I wanted it. Chapter 15 Measure of Men. The wind up here never rested. Even as we hovered in place, high above the city with clouds drifting beneath us like smoke, the cold sliced through the air in steady gusts, tugging at sleeves and hair, reminding us how far we were from solid ground. Nolan hovered in front of us, arms crossed. His expression hadn't changed much since we arrived, but there was something in the way he carried himself now, impatience, maybe. Expectation tightening at the edges. He looked at Mark. Again. Mark stiffened. Dad. I told you to punch me. He glanced at me, then back. I don't want to go all out, okay? I'm not like you. Nolan's voice sharpened. Stop thinking like a human. Mark blinked. Nolan's fist came faster than I think even Mark could register. He didn't wind up. Didn't shout. Just a single, sudden motion. And it connected. Mark flew backward through the air, tumbling once before catching himself, eyes wide, mouth slightly open like he couldn't believe what had just happened. You want to hold back? Nolan's voice cracked through the sky. That's what holding back gets you. Surprise. Injury. Death. Mark hovered there, stunned, his cheek already starting to bruise. You're stronger than this, Nolan said, tone cooler now. You need to be. Or next time, it won't be me hitting you, it'll be someone who doesn't care if you live through it. He turned to both of us. Together. Both of you. Attack me. I want to see what you've learned. Mark glanced at me, uncertain. Wait, together. Right now, Nolan said. I didn't wait. I moved first. A blur in the sky, air peeling back off my shoulders as I surged forward. My fists met Nolan's forearms as he blocked, and I gave it enough strength to rock him 50%. Not everything. Not close. But I sold it. Let the strain into my face, let the shout slip out of my throat, let the weight of the strike sound real. Behind me, Mark came in slower. Hesitant. His form wasn't bad, and his punches were sharp when they landed, but he still held something back. He didn't want to hurt anyone. Especially not his dad. I could see it in his eyes. And Nolan saw it too. He batted Mark away with the back of one hand, twisting to catch me across the ribs. The hit cracked through me like thunder, sharp, dense, unforgiving, but I took it, rolled with it, flared my flight just enough to stop the spin. Pain lit up my side. I dove again. He caught my wrist mid-swing and threw me back down like a rag doll. The world blurred sideways. I felt blood in my mouth. My vision fuzzed at the edges. But I got up. Hovered again. Breathed through the pain. Then flew straight back in. Mark joined me, quieter now, like he'd stopped trying to reason with what was happening and was just reacting. But his blows were still too soft. His movements too cautious. Even when he shouted, it sounded hollow. Nolan moved like the sky bent to his will. He flowed between us, blocking, dodging, punishing. A palm to Mark's gut sent him spiraling. A hook across my jaw sent stars exploding behind my eyes. The air itself cracked with the speed of his strikes. But I never stopped. Every time I got knocked away, I came back. Every time I hit the edge of what I could take, I pushed off again. Not faster. Not stronger. Just relentless. That was what I gave him. Effort. Not victory. But refusal to fall. By the fifth time I charged, Nolan caught my punch with one hand and held me there, breathing hard now, eyes searching mine. Then, slowly, he nodded. Satisfying, he said. He let go. Behind him, Mark hovered unsteady, his lips split, eyes lowered, not broken, but quiet. Still thinking. Still unsure. I wiped blood from my mouth and said nothing. Nolan gave us both a final look. We're done for today. Then he was gone straight up, vanishing into the sky with a sonic hum trailing behind him. Mark floated beside me, breathing hard. You okay? He asked. I nodded once. You didn't hold back, he added, quieter. Neither did you, I almost said, but that would have been a lie. Instead I looked at him and said, we're getting there. He smiled faintly, even through the bruise. And in my head, I kept the truth quiet. He didn't notice. Nolan still thought I'd given everything. And that was the most important win of all. Chapter 16 The Quiet Between Punches. The wind had started to pick up as we descended, soft at first, but constant, the kind of breeze that didn't ask permission. I let it pull me gently through the clouds, weightless now that the adrenaline had finally burned off. My body ached in places I hadn't known could ache. Not broken, just used. Thoroughly. Mark kept pace beside me. He didn't say anything at first, but I could see it in the way he flew, tight-limbed, controlled, slower than usual. Like he was holding everything in place by effort alone. Nolan didn't follow us. He'd disappeared into the sky right after the fight, no parting words, no more lectures, just a blur of speed and altitude. He'd said we were done for today. But I didn't believe for a second he was finished with us. Hey, Mark said finally, his voice quieter than it had been all morning. You good? I looked over at him, half tilting in midair to keep even. Yeah. You. He scoffed, tried to stretch his shoulder, and winced. I'll survive. We both will, I said. Barely. He gave me a tired smile, one corner of his mouth pulling up through the bruise forming on his cheekbone. Dad said we should clean up before dinner. Wanna just head to my place? I nodded. Sure. We banked low, falling beneath the cloud layer and letting the city reappear below us. Traffic noise returned in patches, car horns, kids shouting near a park, someone dragging a trash can across a driveway. It was jarring, almost. How normal everything looked after that. We landed in Mark's backyard with soft thuds, his feet slipping just a little in the grass. Back door's open, he said. Come in. The Graysons' house looked exactly like the kind of place you'd want to come home to. Cozy, 2 stories, white siding, ivy in the corners that no one had ripped out because it looked nice. The screen door creaked when we pushed it open. Mom! Mark called as we stepped inside. Laundry room. Debbie's voice floated down the hall. We dropped our shoes in the mudroom and stepped onto the kitchen tile, which still held a little warmth from the afternoon sun filtering in through the big bay window. You shower first, Mark said, already peeling off his hoodie. Upstairs, left of the hall. Clean towels are in the cabinet. Don't use the ones with the stripes. Mom flips if anyone touches her display towels. I nodded and headed up. The hallway smelled like detergent and lemon soap. Pictures lined the walls, family photos, mostly. Mark at 6 in a superhero Halloween costume. Debbie holding a birthday cake. Nolan with his arm around both of them, half smiling like he wasn't sure how to fake it all the way but tried anyway. The bathroom was spotless. I kept the water hot but not scalding, letting the pressure work out some of the bruises. The shower head squealed a little when turned past halfway. My ribs stung where Nolan had caught me in the side. A clean towel felt like a luxury when I stepped out, soft, warm, and not from a motel. I dressed in a shirt Mark had lent me and stepped back into the hallway just as he passed me with a fresh change of clothes under one arm. "You didn't die," he said, mock impressed. "Yet," I said. He smirked and disappeared into the bathroom. I padded downstairs barefoot. Debbie was in the kitchen now, pulling a tray out of the oven with practiced ease. The smell hit instantly: chocolate, brown sugar, warm butter. Cookies. Fresh ones. "You must be Clark," she said, glancing over with a warm smile. "Mark's been talking about you non-stop." I gave a small nod, suddenly unsure what to do with my hands. Yeah. That's me." "He also failed to mention you have powers." My spine went still. "He told you?" "He walked in with bruises and a grin. Said he and his new friend were training with Nolan and that both of you could fly." She set the tray on a cooling rack and pointed to a bowl. "Milk's in the fridge. Help yourself." I opened the fridge, grabbed the jug, and poured 2 glasses while Debbie transferred the cookies to a plate. "Thank you," I said quietly. She glanced over. "For the milk. For not freaking out." She laughed a real laugh. "Honey, I married Omni-Man. After that, not much freaks me out." "Fair." Mark tromped down the stairs 5 minutes later, hair damp, wearing a loose t-shirt and gym shorts. He looked more like a teenager again. Less like the guy who'd tried and failed to punch his father. "Ooh," he said, spotting the cookies. "Mom, you're a hero." "I know," she said, already pouring her own glass of milk. We crashed on the living room couch. Cookies between us, TV remote in Mark's hand. Debbie sat on the armrest behind us, watching with that half-focused mom attention that could snap into perfect clarity if needed. Mark flicked through the channels until he landed on the news. The banner at the bottom read, "Guardians of the Globe intervene in Atlanta hostage situation." The footage was grainy, clearly shot from a rooftop or helicopter. The Guardians moved fast, red rush blurring past the screen in streaks, war woman holding up a collapsing wall while 2 civilians scrambled free. The Immortal shouted orders, booming and calm. I watched in silence. They were good. Experienced. Clean in their execution. And yet, I could feel it in the base of my neck. Something wrong behind the image. Not with them. With what was coming. Mark's eyes were glued to the screen. "Man," he muttered. "They make it look so easy." "They've been doing it a long time," I said. He picked up a cookie and bit into it absently. "Do you think we could join them someday?" I looked at him, at the way he stared at the screen like it was a map to the future. Then at Debbie, who had gone very still. "I think you could," I said. I didn't say we. Because I wasn't sure I wanted to stand under that spotlight. Not yet. Not in the shadow of someone like Nolan. "Your punch earlier," Mark said, glancing over. "That looked like everything you had." "Felt like it," I lied. He smiled faintly. "You're gonna make me work for it, hey?" "Yeah," I said. "That's the point." The news rolled on: more footage, more commentary. Another minor crisis solved. Another mess swept under the headline. But behind it all, I felt the weight of what had happened today settle into my bones. This wasn't just training anymore. This was the first line. And I had to stay ready. Even while pretending I didn't know what came next. Chapter 17 Under the Table. The sun had already begun to dip by the time Mark and I made it to his room. The shadows cast across his desk turned long and sharp, slanting through the window like an hourglass made of light. We dropped our math books with a twin groan, and Mark immediately threw himself onto the bed, limbs splayed like he'd been shot. "I think my brain's still bruised from that punch earlier," he muttered into his pillow. I sat in the desk chair and flipped open my textbook. "Pretty sure that's not how brains work," says the guy who got up 6 times in a row after getting bodied by my dad, he said, rolling over with a grin. "I don't even know how you're sitting upright." "Clean living," I said. Mark laughed, the sound brief but real, and grabbed his notebook from the nightstand. We worked in silence for a few minutes, the scratching of pencils and the occasional curse at quadratic equations filling the air. It was comfortable. Simple. Easy to forget the weight of what happened in the sky just a few hours ago. Or that his father, a planetary enforcer in a t-shirt, was downstairs doing God knows what while we solved for X. "Dinner." Debbie called up the stairs, her voice warm, cheery like she hadn't just seen her son and his friend come home bruised and exhausted from sky combat. Mark sighed. Saved by the smell. We tromped down the stairs together, bare feet on soft carpet and linoleum. The kitchen lights were warm and golden, bathing everything in the soft glow that made it all feel like home. The table was set with baked chicken, roasted carrots, some kind of buttery rice, and a big bowl of salad with too much dressing. Debbie stood at the sink, drying her hands on a dish towel. "Clark, you're staying for dinner." It wasn't a question. I smiled faintly. "Thanks." Mark grabbed a plate and mumbled, "Mom's food could bring peace to the world if we just served it at Summits." We sat. Nolan came in from the back door, boots off, his button-up sleeves rolled to his elbows. He nodded once at me, once at Mark, and took his seat at the head of the table. Quiet. Watching. Not suspicious. Just the calm weight of a man who had decided something and didn't feel the need to say it out loud. Dinner passed with slow comfort. Debbie asked about school. Mark dodged a question about whether he'd handed in his lit essay. I mostly listened, answering politely when spoken to, watching Nolan from the corner of my eye. He barely looked at me. But when he did, it wasn't like before. It was simple now. Settled. He thinks he knows me, I thought. And he did. He thought I had used everything I had earlier in the sky. He thought that punch, the one that pushed him 5 steps back, was me going full out. Which was exactly what I wanted. He didn't suspect. He approved. After the meal, Debbie stood and began clearing dishes with Mark's help. I made to join, but Nolan waved me off with a hand. "Clark?" I turned. He stood, arms folded across his chest. "Come back tomorrow. Same time." I nodded. "Sure." Mark glanced between us, but didn't comment. I said my goodbyes, thanked Debbie for dinner, and stepped outside. The evening air had cooled, brushing across my skin with a softness the day hadn't offered. I walked to the edge of their yard, past the mailbox. Then glanced once around me. Porches were dark. Cars parked, quiet. No one watching. I bent my knees slightly and launched. The air caught me instantly. Wind curled through my hair as the ground vanished beneath me. I rose past the street lamps, past the treetops, until the rooftops of the neighborhood shrank into shadows. Then I turned west and flew home. Donald Ferguson Remote Surveillance Node 3. The video feed stabilized just as Clark vanished into the air, his figure streaking upward before the camera's resolution lost him in the dark. Donald leaned back from the console, chewing the inside of his cheek. "Kid's a flyer," he muttered. "Definitely strong. Saw the punch earlier." He keyed his mic. "Cecil. Go," came the voice over comms. "Clark Kent, Mark's friend. Confirmed strength, flight." Took several direct hits from Grayson Sr. and kept going. "Did he win?" "No. But he didn't stay down." A pause. "Did he lose on purpose?" Donald hesitated. Replayed the footage again. "Doesn't look like it. Kid threw everything he had." Another beat of silence. "Keep watching him," Cecil said. "For now, that's it." Donald nodded and muted his mic. His eyes lingered on the screen, on the dark patch of sky where Clark had disappeared. Nolan Grayson upstairs, later. The sink was running downstairs. Debbie's voice drifted faintly through the floorboards, humming something soft and familiar. Nolan sat in his armchair, one leg crossed, staring at a blank spot on the wall. Clark had power. That was clear now. Not raw, unfocused potential like Mark. Not unstable. But refined. Controlled. That punch that had been everything the boy had. He'd felt it in the recoil, the way his body shifted back 5 feet in open air. There was no hesitation. No posturing. No fear. Useful, Nolan thought. A strong ally for Mark. Grounded. Calm. Loyal, by the looks of it. The kind of companion his son would need in the years ahead. Maybe even one that would survive the truth when it came. Still, the presence of another powered youth outside the known groups outside the systems wasn't insignificant. Clark Kent. No registered background. No official files. Anomalous. But not dangerous. Not yet. Nolan leaned back, exhaled through his nose, and closed his eyes. He would keep watching. Just in case. Chapter 18 Symbols and Thread. The Grayson home looked the same as it always did, peaceful, quiet, suburban. The kind of place you were supposed to come back to after a day at school, not after sparring with a planetary enforcer and trying to pretend the bruises didn't still throb. I landed just outside the walkway, dusting a few flecks of dirt off my sleeves. Nolan opened the front door almost as soon as I raised a fist to knock. He stood tall in his Omni-Man uniform, clean, bright, pressed to perfection. His cape hung like a flag behind him, and his face was carved into that neutral look he wore so well. Not angry. Not welcoming. Just expectant. "Come in," he said. I did. The house smelled like toast and coffee. Debbie's voice floated in from the kitchen, humming something over the sound of the sink running. I caught a glimpse of her through the hallway mirror, still in her pajamas, brushing crumbs from the counter. She didn't look over. Footsteps hit the stairs. Mark came down dressed in jeans and a hoodie, his hair damp like he'd just stepped out of the shower. He grinned when he saw me. "You ready to go pick spandex?" I raised an eyebrow. "You're awfully chipper for a guy who got punched halfway to Canada yesterday." "Hey, it builds character." Nolan turned toward the door. "We're leaving." We stepped out, and in the next instant we were airborne, cutting through the sky as the morning sun stretched long shadows over the city. Nolan led, high and smooth, arms steady at his sides. Mark and I followed behind, closer together, a little slower. "You think this art guy's legit?" Mark called over the wind. "I think anyone your dad personally brings us to probably knows what he's doing." "Yeah," Mark said, glancing forward. "That's what I'm worried about." The building was tucked into the hills, half studio, half fortress. We touched down on a gravel lot in front of a set of heavy double doors. There was a faint scent of glue, dye, and warm leather in the air, like an old-fashioned tailor's workshop cranked up to superhero levels. Nolan didn't knock. He just walked in. A man with glasses pushed high onto his forehead looked up from a table scattered with fabric swatches and mannequin limbs. His apron was covered in chalk dust and frayed threads, and there were 4 pencils behind one ear. "Mark," he called, smiling wide. "And you brought friends?" Mark smiled. "Hey, Art." Art wiped his hands on his apron, then turned to Nolan. "You've got timing, I'll give you that." Then his eyes shifted to me. "And this is?" Nolan stepped forward. "Clark. Friend of Mark's. He has powers, too." Art's eyebrows climbed. "That's so?" I nodded. "Yes, sir." "Well, all right. Grab a pencil, both of you. I don't do one-size-fits-all, and I don't do capes unless they mean something." We walked over to a drafting table already stocked with paper and design stencils. Mark stood beside me, rifling through a binder of previous commissions. Most were sleek, colorful, tight. A few leaned toward impractical cape lengths that could double as carpets, boots with too many buckles, helmets that looked like bad cosplay ideas. Mark frowned. "Nothing feels right." "Yeah," I muttered, flipping through the pages slower. Then Art said, "Well, what kind of symbol do you want to be?" I paused. And something clicked. My hand went to the pencil. And I started to draw. Not from scratch. Not exactly. The lines came back to me easily like an echo, like something I'd watched 100 times on a screen in a world that didn't exist here. The chest emblem, shaped like a shield. The curve of the cape. The combination of blue and red. Hope. Simplicity. Presence. Superman. I'd watched those films on a couch I would never see again. I remembered thinking, even then, that his suit didn't just look good. It meant something. Now? I was Clark Kent, in a world that had never heard of Superman. So I drew it. When I handed the design to Art, he took one look and blinked. "Well, damn," he muttered. "You sure you haven't done this before?" "No," I said, softly. "Just something I always remembered." He nodded. "It's bold. Classic. Has that ageless thing going for it. That symbol, what's it mean?" "Hope," I said. Art tilted his head. "Nice. Might take me a few days to get the materials right. You want something light, breathable, flight adaptable. This won't be off the rack." "Understood." Mark glanced over at the design and whistled. "Dang, man. You're really leaning into the whole iconic thing, hey?" I smiled. Felt right. Art turned to him. "All right, you're up. Let's see what you've got rattling around in that head." Mark rubbed the back of his neck. "I dunno, nothing as cool as that. I just want something that doesn't look dumb. Clean lines. Maybe red. I was thinking something with yellow too. Nothing with a cape. No trunks." They talked for a bit longer, Art sketching based on Mark's words. And when I saw what he came up with, tight sleeves, high collar, solid chest symbol, I almost laughed. "It's the original Invincible suit." Mark stared at it for a moment, then nodded. Yeah, I like that." Art was already measuring inseams. "Good. Come back in 3 days. I'll have prototypes ready." Nolan hadn't said a word the whole time. But when we left the studio, I could feel his gaze on me again. Not suspicious. Just aware. As if, for the first time, he was wondering why the kid named Clark Kent had chosen a symbol that looked so much like hope. Chapter 19 Things We Don't Say. The sky was barely blue when I left the apartment that morning, more the color of washed-out denim, the kind that made the streetlights think twice before switching off. The chill in the air bit softly at my cheeks, crisp and cool in the way only early spring mornings could be. I tightened the strap of my backpack and moved at a normal walking pace, resisting the temptation to fly the 2 miles to school in under a minute. Normal. That was the whole point today. I'd spent all night thinking about the suit sketches. About Art's look of surprise, Nolan's rare but lingering silence, and the strange current of memory that haunted me after drawing the Superman design. I could still see the S-shaped crest in my mind, the bold color, the clean silhouette. It was burned into me. Not as a brand. As a memory. And now it was mine, again. But none of that mattered on the sidewalk outside Reginald Vell Johnson High School, where someone's playlist echoed faintly from a backpack speaker and the smell of burnt coffee and cheap deodorant hung just beneath the air of teenage tension. Mark was already waiting by the flagpole, arms crossed, foot tapping, shoulders bunched under a zip hoodie that hadn't quite dried at the sleeves. He saw me and grinned like nothing had changed. "You're late." "I'm early." "Then I'm really early," he muttered, uncrossing his arms and falling into step beside me as we walked toward the front entrance. There were kids everywhere, clustered into the little tribe school always bred, athletes, theater kids, skaters, the preppy cluster with too many monogrammed water bottles. Nobody looked twice at us. Just another 2 guys heading inside with the rest of the crowd. "Hey," Mark said, voice low, almost cautious. "Just, don't talk about powers or anything at school, all right?" I raised an eyebrow. "You think I was about to stand on a desk and start heat visioning the whiteboard?" He shrugged. "I know you're not dumb. Just figured it needed to be said." "I knew not to do that the second I saw the school security cameras," I said. Mark relaxed a little at that. "Cool. Just, you know. Gotta keep things normal." "Believe me," I said, pulling the front door open, "I've been trying." Inside, the hallway was already a cacophony of shouts, locker slams, the occasional burst of laughter. Teachers tried to corral wandering students like sheepdogs who'd lost half their flock. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead like they were judging us all. We passed the main stairwell, then the cafeteria's half-shuttered entrance, and I spotted a familiar shape ducking through the crowd toward us. William. He was sipping something suspiciously pink out of a thermos and wearing his usual half-zipped jacket over a shirt that said "Retired Villain" in dripping neon green letters. "There he is," William said, sidling up to me. "Mr. Mystery Punch. Back from his weekend of doing God knows what with our local family of flying demigods." "Morning to you too," I said. He fell in line with us, walking backward now with the kind of balance that made you forget he was showing off. "I assume you two spent the last 2 days scaling mountains and suplexing supervillains." "Homework and bruises," Mark said. "Nothing glamorous." "I dunno," William said, glancing at me. "Clark still has that post-fight glow. Dude, you walk like you fought Zeus and got promoted." "I walk like someone who slept on a very firm mattress," I said. "That's it." We turned the corner, the 3 of us moving through the chaos like a practiced unit now. I hadn't noticed it until then, but the flow of conversation, the ease between us, somehow, it had clicked. Despite everything, despite powers and secrets and sky-splitting punches, this felt normal. Almost. Then she appeared. Amber. She stood near the lockers by the science wing, surrounded by a small group of friends. She wore a mustard yellow jacket over a black shirt, her braids tied back, a pair of silver hoops catching the morning light. She laughed at something someone said, the sound soft and easy, and Mark's whole posture shifted. He slowed. Eyes locked. Like someone had hit pause on the tape in his head. I stepped slightly in front of him and tilted my head. You good? Mark blinked, snapping back. What? You were staring. No, I wasn't. Dude, William said, appearing suddenly at my shoulder, he's always staring. It's, like, a full-time job. Mark groaned. Oh my God. William leaned in and whispered near my ear, loud enough that Mark could hear, head over heels, my dude. I'm not. Mark snapped, voice rising just enough to draw a glance from Amber's direction. She met his eyes for a brief second. Smiled. Then turned back to her friends. Mark immediately turned back to us, face redder than his dad's cape. Smooth, William said, patting him on the shoulder. You're like a poetry book with feet. You're both awful, Mark muttered, already walking faster. I mean, I can be, I said. We made it to class without further incident, slipping into the half-full room as students slowly filtered in. The teacher hadn't arrived yet. I headed straight to the back row. Right next to the window. Mark watched me sit and rolled his eyes. Of course. What? You always sit there. I like sunlight. You're practically photosynthesizing. I like seeing the sky, I said simply. Mark took the seat next to mine. William dropped into the one ahead of us, spinning around in his chair. You're both weird. I'm saying that with love, but also deep concern. I leaned against the window frame, letting the warmth of the sun hit the side of my face. The light filtered through the glass just right, soft and golden, like it had been aimed. It didn't make me stronger. Not in any obvious way. But it felt like home. Like something familiar in a world that wasn't. The bell rang. Our teacher walked in, already waving a stack of quizzes. Mark groaned. We had a quiz today. Yes, I said. You didn't remind me. I'm not your assistant. You could be. Pass. William turned halfway around. He's right, man. You gotta start writing this stuff down. Or, caring. Mark just dropped his head onto the desk. This is the worst Monday ever. But when I looked around at the classroom, at the light coming in through the window, at the quiet hum of other kids talking, the scribble of pencils, the shuffle of backpacks, it didn't feel like the worst anything. It felt like balance. For now. And I knew deep in my chest that this wouldn't last. It never did. But I could pretend. For one more day. Chapter 20 Through the Veil. The hallway outside second period buzzed with low conversation and sneaker squeak footsteps, but none of the noise registered. My mind was still caught on the sketch from yesterday, on the symbol I'd redrawn from half memory, half feeling, something older than this world even if no one here knew it. Superman's suit. It hadn't felt strange to draw it. It had felt right. But I shoved the thought aside as I stepped into the classroom, one hand trailing the chipped edge of the door frame. William and Mark weren't in this one. I already knew that. I'd memorized my schedule 2 days ago, quietly annoyed that our paths split for most of the afternoon. The room was almost full. Faces I didn't recognize. Laughter I wasn't part of. I did a quiet scan, found the row near the back with a seat by the window, and made a beeline for it. The sunlight reached through the glass like a hand made of warmth. I leaned slightly into it as I sat, letting it soak into the fabric of my shirt, the skin beneath. It didn't make me stronger. Not in a measurable way. But it still felt good. A soft breath escaped me. I dropped my bag, pulled out a pencil, set it against an empty notebook page and then paused. Something shifted in my eyes. Not in my vision. Behind it. It started as a pressure, like something pressing outward from the bridge of my nose. I blinked. Rubbed my face once. The warmth was still there, subtle but rising. Then it pulsed. And everything changed. I jerked upright. I could see through the desk. Not the surface, the whole thing. Layers peeled away in my sight like someone had removed textures in a video game. I saw the steel bolts holding the legs in place, the small scratches carved into the wood beneath the surface. Then the wall across from me, its internal studs, a pipe running just behind the plaster. I blinked again. The vision pushed farther. Suddenly I saw him, 2 rows ahead. The boy with the frayed hoodie. Except now I could see his ribcage. The bones of his fingers as he turned a page. The vein pulsing gently at his temple. It wasn't just through walls. It was through people. My stomach lurched. I snapped my eyes shut and rubbed them hard, trying not to gasp. Turn it down, I thought, and somehow, I did. Just enough. When I looked again, the bones were gone. The organs, the motion of muscle and cartilage gone. I could see their clothes again. Their faces. Their skin. Still. Still translucent. Still faint outlines. And that was when I saw her. Samantha Eve Wilkins. Adam Eve. She was sitting near the middle of the room, 2 rows ahead and 1 to the left, her sketchbook open across her lap. She wasn't drawing, just chewing the end of a pencil and staring out the window like it owed her answers. And my eyes, traitorous, unforgivable eyes, zeroed in before I could stop them. I could see through her shirt. Through her jacket. Through everything. Not all the way to her bones. Not like before. But just enough. Just enough for heat to crawl across the back of my neck like shame made physical. I jerked my head away and squeezed my eyes shut so hard the world behind my lids went red. Stop, I begged. Off. Now. Turn it off. And slowly, the heat behind my eyes eased. The world returned. Solid. Normal. Eve's jacket was just a jacket again. The desk was just a desk. The wall just a wall. I pressed the heel of my palm into one eye until stars bloomed behind the pressure. That had been a disaster. The worst timing. The worst application of new power I could imagine. But even as I groaned silently and slouched in my seat, grateful no one had seen the way I'd flinched, I smiled. Just a little. X-ray vision. It had come in. And with it, another piece of the puzzle. Another piece of what I was becoming. It meant my biology was changing. Activating. Aligning with the design I'd only half remembered but had somehow always known. I was Kryptonian. It was real. And no matter how embarrassing the moment had been, no matter how badly I wanted to punch myself into the sun for accidentally spying on a girl I'd never even spoken to, I was one step closer to being ready. For Omni-Man. For what's coming. For everything. I sat back in my seat as the teacher finally walked in and started scribbling the date on the board. The sun spilled across my notebook. And I didn't look at Eve again. Invincible, What If I Am Clark Kent? Chapter 21. Save It for Home. Lunch was always loud at Reginald Vell Johnson High. Not the kind of loud that made you cover your ears, but the kind that made your thoughts feel like they were swimming upstream. Voices overlapped. Chairs scraped tile. Someone dropped a soda can and chased it halfway across the room while their friend laughed like a maniac. I sat across from Mark and William at our usual spot left side of the cafeteria, near the window where the sunlight streamed in just enough to keep the table warm. My lunch was plain, 2 slices of ham, 1 slice of cheese, the bread a little too thin from being crushed in my bag. A juice box rested beside it, half warm from the walk. Not gourmet. But it did the job. Hey, Mark said around a mouthful of something that might have once been meatloaf, I heard from a friend in gym that we might get a water park trip next month. William perked up. Seriously? Mark nodded, chewing with that look of half-doubt kids got when they weren't sure if they were being fed a rumor or real news. Yet. Apparently they do it every year for students who haven't skipped more than 5 days. I raised an eyebrow. That's a weird rule. Motivation, William said, unwrapping a granola bar with one hand. Bribery in the form of chlorine and overpriced nachos. I'm in. Mark looked at me. You ever been to a water park? I shook my head. No. He blinked. Never. I shrugged. Small town. Closest thing we had was a lake with algae warnings. William leaned forward. Oh, dude. You have to go. Water parks are like this weird intersection of fun, horror, and questionable hygiene. It's perfect. I gave a small smile. I wasn't excited, exactly. Not in the way they were. But I could feel something warm beneath the surface. Anticipation. Curiosity. That strange little flutter of new. I hadn't had a lot of new that didn't involve bruises or floating above rooftops lately. Sure, I said. Sounds fun. Mark grinned. We'll make sure you don't get stuck on the slow slide. No promises, William added, already peeling open his juice pouch with too much intensity. That's where they test your spirit. I finished my sandwich in slow bites while they talked about which park it might be. Splash Zone, Aqua Crest, that weird one shaped like a pirate ship. It all blurred together. But I let myself imagine it, the echo of water, the smell of sunscreen, the sun on my face while the world forgot about aliens and gods and fathers who could break mountains with a frown. We shifted topics naturally. Math test next week. Mr. Kwan being weird about seating charts again. Some junior spreading rumors about a pop quiz in chemistry. It was normal stuff, perfectly dull, perfectly average. And I liked it more than I wanted to admit. Eventually the bell rang. We tossed our wrappers into the bins, grabbed our bags, and filtered out with the rest of the crowd. Mark veered toward the right hallway, nodding at me. Gotta hit the bathroom before next class. Same, I said. William shot finger guns at both of us. Good luck with your bladders, gentlemen. Mark snorted and walked off. I ducked into the restroom, pushed open the far stall door, and locked it behind me. The tile was cold under my shoes. The flickering light overhead made the shadows twitch slightly in the corners. I leaned back against the door and closed my eyes. Okay, I thought. Just a test. 1 second. In. Out. I focused on the same sensation from earlier. The itch behind my eyes. The warmth that wasn't heat, exactly more like tension trying to become light. I tried to call it. At first, nothing. Then, the flicker. A ghost of it. A shimmer. The stall faded. I saw the faint outline of the next one. The pipe behind the wall. The thin wiring running behind the tile. But then it surged. Too fast. Too much. The room peeled back layers of walls, pipes, faint biological outlines in the hallway beyond. Muscles. Heartbeats. Bones. My stomach flipped. I slammed my eyes shut, gasping. No. Not here. Not now. When I opened them again, everything had returned to normal. The tile. The air freshener someone had sprayed a little too close to the sink. The light buzzing overhead. I breathed out slow. This wasn't going to work. Not in school. Not around people. Not when one mistake could mean seeing something I didn't want to. Or worse, someone else noticing. No more testing in public, I told myself. Home only. Somewhere safe. Somewhere I can focus. I splashed a little cold water on my face at the sink, dried off with one of the scratchy brown paper towels, and stepped back out into the hallway. Mark was leaning against the wall just outside the entrance, his bag hanging from one shoulder. "You good?" "Yeah," I said. "Just, long line." He rolled his eyes. "Tell me about it." "Some guy was flossing with his shoelace." I didn't ask questions. We started walking together, joining the current of students drifting toward the next class. "Think that water park trip is real?" he asked. "Hope so," I said. "Why? You excited?" I thought about it. About the idea of floating weightless in water instead of sky. Of people shouting in joy instead of fear. Of a day where I wasn't preparing for a battle that hadn't yet begun. I nodded. "Yeah," I said. "I think I am." Chapter 22: A place to see clearly. The walk home was slow, deliberate. The sky was beginning its long melt into gold, and the late sun washed the streets in that honey-colored light that made everything feel older, softer. People watered lawns. A dog barked from behind a chain-link fence. Wind rustled plastic bags caught in the trees. I let my footsteps echo. Not because I was tired, but because I needed the time. Because what sat behind my eyes wasn't still. Not anymore. The X-ray vision, it had woken up. And I hadn't mastered it. Not even close. When I got to the apartment building, I jogged up the side steps, let myself in, and tossed my bag by the kitchen counter. The lights were off. The blinds pulled halfway closed. It was quiet except for the tick of the fridge motor and the occasional creak in the floorboards above. I grabbed a glass of water. Stared at my own reflection in the window. The fading sky behind me. My own faint outline. "Okay," I thought. "Try again." I closed my eyes. Focused. That pressure returned like heat in the deepest part of my skull. I opened my eyes slowly. And saw through the wall. Across the narrow alley, in the building next to mine, I saw movement. A figure. A flicker of running water. A woman, my neighbor, stepping into the shower, steam already rising around her. My heart jolted. I shut it down immediately. Hard. Vision blurred. The wall returned. I gripped the edge of the counter with both hands and let out a breath through my teeth. No. No. This couldn't happen again. Not by accident. Not around people. Not when the line between power and violation could vanish in a heartbeat. I stared down at my shaking hands. It wasn't just a trick of sight. This was something bigger. I couldn't let it control me. So I made a decision. Tonight, I thought. When it's quiet. When no one's around. I would find a place far from all of this. And I would learn. The moon was already high by the time I stepped out my window. No lights were on in the neighborhood. The streets below were hushed and dark. I didn't bother with the fire escape. I just rose quiet, steady, smooth, and cut through the wind in long arcs, leaving the city behind. I flew until the lights disappeared. Until the highways thinned into shadow. Until only forest stretched beneath me, black and endless and humming with the slow music of insects and swaying trees. I landed in a clearing. Just dirt and grass and starlight. I closed my eyes. Now. The pressure behind my eyes returned. I let it rise slowly. No push. No panic. Just sensation. Like turning a dial. When I opened them. The forest changed. The ground softened. Roots revealed themselves beneath the surface. Trees glowed with their inner structure. I could see the bones of small animals rustling beneath the leaves, veins of moisture winding through soil. I pulled it back. Just slightly. And the world shifted again. Now bark had texture. Soil became opaque. Small details faded. I can control this, I thought. I just need to train it like a muscle. I knelt. Focused on a single tree. Peeled its layers away in sequence: bark, sap, wood, core. Then pulled it back. Then again. Then again. Back and forth. Peel and return. Farther. Deeper. Shorter. Lighter. I lost track of time. My head ached, but not painfully. Just worn. Like the edge of a blade after too many cuts. By the end of it, I could look through a rock and stop before hitting the worms. I could see inside the branches and let them return to surface bark. I could choose. And I knew that meant something. Control wasn't the same as safety. But it was a start. I looked up at the stars. The clearing was quiet again. And for the first time since the power came in, I felt steady. Chapter 23: Light in the Blood. The stars began to dim above me, bleeding into soft grey, then the lightest hints of lavender as the horizon stirred with the promise of dawn. I was still kneeling in the forest clearing, damp grass pressed against my jeans, breath steady, the quiet around me so deep it felt like the world had paused. An owl called somewhere beyond the trees. The leaves rustled with the faintest breeze. My eyes burned, not painfully, not harshly. Just warm. Like the afterglow of staring too long into a fire. I blinked once. Then twice. And looked down. The forest around me was no longer a jigsaw of layered transparencies. Not a puzzle of muscle and roots and moving water. Everything looked solid. Natural. My vision was clear. But more importantly, stable. I let out a long breath, fogging faintly in the morning air, and smiled to myself. I did it, I whispered. No one was around to hear, and I didn't need anyone to. The words felt good just spoken aloud. I had learned to control it. No more surprise X-ray vision in classrooms. No more panic in crowded bathrooms. I could turn it on. Tune it. Shut it off. At will. It had taken the whole night, and half a dozen false starts where I saw straight through trees to the stone veins beneath the earth, but I'd gotten there. The sun broke the horizon like a slow exhale, spreading amber light across the tips of the trees. I stood, brushing off my jeans. The clearing was still quiet, untouched, save for the faint craters I'd left where I'd misjudged a landing or crashed in frustration. And then, a new sensation. Not pressure. Heat. Behind the eyes again. Deeper this time. Not the sharp buzz of X-ray vision gearing up. This was lower. Heavier. Like warmth coiled tight in my skull, pooling behind the sockets, waiting. I stilled. The heat grew. I squinted at a fallen log a few meters ahead of me. Dry bark. Soft rot at the core. I stared at it. Focused. And felt the pressure ignite. A twin burst of red light shot from my eyes, sharp, wild, uncontrolled. It hit the log dead center, cutting through it like butter. Steam hissed into the cool morning air. Smoke curled up instantly. I jerked backward, startled, nearly lost my balance. What the? The smell hit me next: scorched bark, burnt earth. My eyes watered, not from pain, but from shock. That wasn't X-ray vision. That was heat. I rubbed my eyes hard, heart pounding in my chest. It hadn't felt like a trigger. It had just happened like the warmth had nowhere else to go and decided out was the only option. I crouched low, staring at the blackened line I'd carved through the log. Smoke still curled from it, and tiny flames licked at the edge before dying out. The ground was singed. Okay. Okay. This was new. This was Heat vision. I blinked again, tried to recreate it. Nothing. The heat had vanished. I stood straighter, bracing myself, and forced the warmth back, imagined the sensation of pressure, of tension, of focus. It wasn't a switch. Not exactly. More like a muscle. One I didn't know I had until it flexed on instinct. The log ahead had another thick segment. I picked it. Stared at the center. Narrowed my gaze, not in frustration, but in intent. And there it was. The warmth returned. Slow. Controlled this time. Like sunlight gathering in the back of my head. I let it rise. Let it crest. Then released. Twin beams of red-hot energy burst forward, sharper now, tighter, more like lasers than a floodlight. They hit the log's center again, cutting it clean through. The beam only lasted 2 seconds, and when I let go, I exhaled like I'd been holding my breath. The stump cracked down the middle. Charred. But clean. And this time, I didn't stumble. My heart still pounded, but I stood tall. I could do this. I could control this too. A laugh escaped me. Low. Shaky. It felt good. It felt real. I stared down at my hands like they were new, like I'd never really seen them before. I thought of every comic I'd ever read, every movie I'd ever watched, every moment someone on a screen used their power like it was a part of them. That was me now. Not just in potential, but in truth. I was Kryptonian. Or something close enough that it didn't matter. The clearing was filled with the scent of smoke now. I knelt, pushed a layer of dirt over the charred stump to smother what little embers remained, then stood and glanced toward the sky. Time to go. I didn't need a watch to know it was past 7. The city would be stirring. School would start soon. And while I was still buzzing with adrenaline and fire and disbelief, I had a day to live through. I rose off the ground slowly, catching the wind just beneath my feet, and soared into the morning light. Home was quiet when I landed on the roof and crept in through the window. I peeled off my smoke-scented clothes and tossed them in the corner, straight into the laundry bin. My chest still radiated faint warmth. Not painful. Just lingering. I showered quick. Cold water first, then warm. Scrubbed the soot from my arms, rinsed ash from my hair. Pulled on clean clothes. Dark jeans. Gray shirt. Nothing dramatic. Breakfast was half a granola bar and a mouthful of orange juice. By the time I stepped out the front door again, the sun had fully risen, the streets were alive with traffic, and I was just another teenager with a backpack and secrets. And this time, more than ever, I felt ready. Chapter 24 Beneath the Surface. A month passed. Just like that. A blink, a page, a breath. The days slid into each other with the smooth rhythm of something half-remembered, half-dreamed. Every morning, I woke with the sun on my face and the weight of 2 worlds in my chest. By the time the first bell rang at Reginald Vell Johnson High, I'd already flown 20 miles or tested the limits of my hearing or watched the trees breathe in the quiet woods where no one else went. It became routine. School. Training. Sleep. Repeat. I learned to hold my breath longer than any human should be able to. I learned that with enough acceleration, I could run on water for 3 steps, maybe 4. My heat vision had gone from wild and unpredictable to precise and deadly, and I had stopped flinching every time I turned it on. I hadn't broken anything by accident in weeks. And yet, no one knew. Not really. Not even Mark. We still trained sometimes casual spars in the quarry when his dad wasn't watching, or aerial races we pretended weren't competitive. He was getting better. Stronger. But I'd long since stopped using more than 50% in front of him. It wasn't a lie. It was protection. Because the stronger I became, the more certain I grew that a day was coming when I'd need to stand between Nolan and someone too slow to understand what he was. Maybe even Mark. But not today. Today was different. Today was the field trip. I slipped on my backpack and adjusted my sweatshirt collar. The morning sun glinted off the windows of the apartment complex as I stepped outside, my sneakers hitting the cracked concrete with that soft crunch of early spring dust. Beneath my jeans and shirt, I wore dark blue swim trunks, lightweight, lined, quick dry. The elastic hugged just above my hips like a silent promise. Water park day. I didn't let myself smile too much, but the anticipation hummed under my skin. Not the thrill of battle. Not the nervous buzz of discovery. Just excitement. Plain. Simple. Normal. I'd never been to a water park. Not in the last life, not in this one. It didn't matter how many powers I had or how fast I could fly today, I was just a teenager on a school bus with friends. I reached the campus gates right as the buses began pulling into the loop. The air was filled with chatter, laughter, the occasional blast of pop music from someone's Bluetooth speaker. Teachers in windbreakers and sunglasses waved students toward assigned seats like drill sergeants with sunscreen. Mark found me first. He looked like someone had strapped a rocket to his back. Bright-eyed, practically vibrating with energy, his t-shirt was already damp from the bottle of water he'd dumped over his head for dramatic effect. "Clark," he called, waving me over. "You ready for this?" I raised an eyebrow. "You look like you've pre-gamed at Tsunami." He grinned. "I live for water parks." Seriously. I almost faked strep last year just to go on the last-minute spring trip. I didn't think they let sick kids into water parks. "They don't," William said, sliding into step beside us with a towel over one shoulder and a pair of bright red goggles perched on his forehead. Which is why I tackled him before he could do something stupid. "You're welcome, world." William wore flip-flops, cargo shorts, a tank top that read "I peaked in preschool" in aggressive bubble letters. He looked, in short, ready for war. "So," William said, glancing at me, "you bring trunks?" I nodded once. "Underneath." He fist-bumped me. "Respect." "Got sunscreen?" Mark asked. "Yeah," I said. "Goggles?" "No." "Waterproof case for your phone?" "Didn't bring it." "Hydration salts?" I gave him a look. Okay, he laughed. "Just checking. Gotta make sure you're field trip compliant." "Do we even know which park we're going to?" I asked. "Pretty sure it's Aqua Crest," William said. "The one with the massive vertical slide and the lazy river that turns into a whirlpool halfway through." "That's a safety hazard," I said. "That's the dream," William replied, eyes shining. Mark grinned. "It's not that bad. You just have to hold your breath and not get flipped upside down." "Again," I said, "safety hazard." We joined the growing group near the buses. Teachers checked our names off clipboards. There was a brief moment of panic when someone couldn't find their permission slip, followed by a triumphant shout as it was recovered from the depths of a backpack that smelled like gym socks and despair. The three of us were assigned to bus 2. We slid into the middle row, Mark by the window, William on the aisle, me between them. The engine rumbled to life. Students shouted across rows, shared snacks, cranked playlists. Someone near the front was already bragging about how many hot dogs they were going to eat. As the bus rolled out of the school loop and toward the freeway, Mark leaned back, arms behind his head. "Man," he said, exhaling slow. "This is what we needed. A real break." William nodded. "No essays. No tests. No flying tyrants with super mustaches. Mark snorted. Dude. What? William said. You know I'm right. I leaned back in my seat and watched the sky through the narrow slit of window. The trees blurred past, green and bright and full of motion. The road stretched ahead, easy and long. This was it. A day where I didn't have to train. Didn't have to hold back. Didn't have to test heat vision on dead logs or fly to hidden clearings before dawn. Today, I could just be. And somewhere deep in my chest, beneath the armor of restraint I'd worn for a month, something relaxed. Just a little. Chapter 25 The Weight of Water. The trees blurred past the window, sunlight catching on the leaves like shards of green glass. I leaned my temple against the windowpane, watching the blur turn to rhythm, branches, signs, bursts of shadow, then more light. The hum of the bus engine vibrated beneath my feet, steady and low. Somewhere behind us, a group of students was loudly debating which slide was scientifically the most terrifying, while someone else played pop music from a phone speaker they weren't supposed to have. Mark sat by the window beside me, eyes half-lidded, a lazy smile on his face. William had already surrendered to the lull of the ride, one earbud in, drumming on the back of the seat in front of him. The bus was warm, filled with sunlight and noise, and the low excitement that came from anticipation stretched out just long enough to start feeling real. I hadn't said much the past few minutes. Not because I didn't want to, but because this felt rare. The quiet. The peace. The way the road bent gently ahead, and the world, for once, wasn't asking me to fight or run or learn how to be more. I watched a hawk arc overhead, wings stretched wide, riding the air currents above the treetops. I could have flown beside it. Matched its path exactly. But today I wasn't flying. I wasn't punching through clouds or melting logs in the forest or bracing myself against the weight of what I was becoming. Today, I was a kid on a bus. And that mattered. Hey, Mark said, nudging my shoulder. You still alive in there? I blinked. Yeah. Just thinking. About. I glanced at the trees again. Stuff. Stuff, he echoed, then smiled. Deep. William pulled his earbud out. If he starts writing poetry about leaves and wind, I'm getting off at the next stop. I snorted. You'll break your neck jumping out at 60. Worth it, he said. I don't do metaphors before noon. The bus made a slow curve, and as we crested a hill, it came into view. Aquacrest Water Resort. And it was massive. A towering archway of painted steel announced its name in bold, seafoam green letters. Behind it sprawled a dizzying maze of water slides, blue, yellow, red, twisting around each other like tangled streamers. A tall free-fall slide shot straight into the sky, its narrow tube gleaming under the morning sun. Beyond that, I caught glimpses of wave pools, winding rivers, fountains spraying mist into the air, and the shimmer of bright blue water that stretched in every direction. The whole place shimmered with motion and color. Kids were already pouring out of other buses, shouting, laughing, running toward the gates in clusters. Teachers flanked the sidewalks with checklists and whistles, but the energy was too big to contain. Mark's eyes lit up. Yes. William bounced once in his seat. We are so getting launched into the stratosphere by the end of today. I just smiled. The bus lurched to a stop. The hiss of the door opening was drowned out by a wave of movement, bags grabbed, towels slung over shoulders, kids pouring into the aisle like water itself. We followed. Outside, the air was already thick with the scent of chlorine and sunscreen. The wind carried the faint mist from the nearest fountain, and laughter echoed from somewhere near the pools. We lined up. Got our hand stamps. Teachers handed out park maps we were never going to use and read rules we barely pretended to listen to. No running. No pushing. No swimming unsupervised. Stay within park boundaries. Wear sunscreen. Hydrate. Then, at last. All right, one chaperone said, pulling off their sunglasses. You're free until 3. Have fun. And the dam broke. Students scattered like marbles. Mark turned to me, eyes gleaming. First stop, slides. No debate. William grinned. We start small or go full vertical launch. Mark cracked his knuckles. We go big or we go home. We dropped our bags at a shaded picnic table, pulled off our outer layers to reveal swimsuits underneath, and made our way toward the towering slides near the center of the park. The first one was a spiral 3 stories tall, wrapped like a python around a central support beam. We climbed the wet stairs, the line ahead of us buzzing with nervous excitement. Mark rubbed his hands together. This is going to be awesome. I still think these things aren't tested enough, I said, eyeing the bolts along the railing. You can punch meteors and this is where you draw the line? William asked. I didn't respond. Mostly because he had a point. We reached the top. The attendant gave the signal. Mark went first, whooping as he vanished into the tube. William followed with a shout that sounded suspiciously like a battle cry. Then it was me. I sat down, crossed my arms, and let gravity take me. The world became a blur of rushing water and darkness and flickering light through curved plastic. The turns whipped me sideways. Cold water slapped against my skin. My body moved too fast to control, and for a moment, I forgot everything else. Then, splash! I shot into the pool at the base, water filling my ears, my nose, my world. When I surfaced, I was laughing. Mark was already treading water nearby. That was insane. William came up gasping beside him. I think I swallowed half the pool. We climbed out, feet slapping the wet concrete, and ran to the next one. And the next. Time stopped mattering. We raced upstairs. Screamed down tunnels. Got dumped from fake waterfalls. Dared each other onto higher slides, longer drops. I let myself fall into it each breathless second of adrenaline, every roar of rushing water. I didn't worry about my strength. I didn't think about training. I just let it happen. For the first time in a long time, I let the world carry me. And I didn't resist. Hours passed. The sun climbed. We broke for ice cream. Sat on the edge of the wave pool with our feet in the water. Talked about nothing and everything. Watched the tide roll in, the artificial surf crashing against dozens of laughing kids. Mark lay back on his towel, dripping wet, face turned toward the sky. William was dozing, sunglasses skewed on his forehead. I sat between them, staring at the water. Letting the sunlight warm the chill from my skin. Every sound faded to background. My muscles felt light. I felt human. Not invincible. Not Kryptonian. Just me. And for now, that was enough. Chapter 26 Shadows Beneath the Sun. The scent of chlorine still clung to my skin, cut with the faint sweetness of coconut sunscreen and whatever chemicals they pumped through the snack bar's ice cream machine. Mark was drying his hair with a towel like he'd just come out of the ocean, and William had one leg kicked lazily over the armrest of his beach chair, sunglasses low on his nose, sipping soda through a bendy straw like some kind of vacationing sitcom uncle. I tried to keep my expression casual. But I'd heard something. Faint. Sharp. Not part of the usual background noise of water parks, no screams of fun, no splashes or squeaking sandals. This was a voice. Male. Fast. Purposeful. And wrong. I stood, brushing water droplets off my shorts. Be right back. Gonna hit the washroom. William waved a lazy hand. If you find my dignity in there, let me know. Mark raised an eyebrow but didn't stop me. Don't fall in. I walked away slowly past the towel racks, the shuffleboard court, the corner of the wave pool where lifeguards were lecturing a group of kids about not trying to build a human pyramid in 5 feet of water. The moment I was out of sight behind the maintenance gate, I stopped moving. And focused. My ears adjusted first. The world peeled back layer by layer, the sound of flip-flops and water slides, then underneath that, whispers. Real whispers. Low voices. Male. Echoing slightly. Concrete. Tiled walls. Inside the supply building. I dialed the sound tighter. Get them to the van. Wait for the next rotation, less lifeguards watching that corner. Kids move in groups. Keep 'em separate. Quick and quiet. My stomach turned. My pulse didn't. It wasn't panic that moved me. It was purpose. I looked. X-ray vision flicked on like an instinct now, the pressure behind my eyes controlled, fine-tuned. 4 men. 2 armed. Dressed like maintenance workers. Talking around an open crate half full of zip ties, ropes, and duct tape. One had a walkie. Another had a clipboard. They were acting like staff, but there were no radios broadcasting in their earpieces. No water park logos on their sleeves. And no intention of helping. I stepped behind the locker hut, out of sight, and pulled my towel tighter around my shoulders. Just another wet teenager walking the edge of the map. Then I moved. Quiet. Fast. I reached the rear door of the maintenance hall in under a second, crouched by the edge of the wall, and timed my breath. Inside, one of the men turned. I blurred through the door before it finished swinging open. He didn't get the scream out. My hand closed around his mouth, the other around his wrist. I slammed him gently but firmly into the wall. He dropped. 2 more turned, guns half drawn, but they were slow. I was not. I kicked the nearest weapon from a hand and chopped the guy's jaw with enough force to knock him out cold without breaking anything. The third tried to run. I met him at the door. Grabbed his shirt. "Hey," I said, calm as winter, and knocked him out with a single flick of my finger to his temple. The last one was smart. He dropped to his knees and raised both hands. I tied him up anyway. Zip ties. Robe. Their own. And when I was done, I opened the door to the men's washroom nearby empty, mercifully, and dragged all 4 bodies inside. I didn't leave bruises. Didn't leave dents. Just a quiet heap of unconscious threats with duct tape still in their box. Then I pulled the fire alarm near the staff hallway. Just once. Just enough. By the time I walked back toward the main boardwalk where Mark and William were half dozing in the shade, the first shriek had gone up by the locker stations. Mark sat up. William blinked. What the hell? People were starting to cluster near the entrance. Staff with walkies. Kids being herded to the shaded pavilions. I strolled up, wiping fake sweat off my brow. "Hey! You missed something," Mark said, standing. "There's like some kind of security thing going on. I think the teachers are calling the cops." I raised my eyebrows. "What happened?" "No clue," William said, tilting his head toward the main gates. "But I'm pretty sure I just saw a security guard run like a chicken with its hair on fire." Mark's phone buzzed. "Yep," he muttered, holding it up. "Group text. All students report to the front of the park. Teachers are doing a roll call." I nodded, keeping my expression neutral. The sun blazed overhead. Somewhere across the water park, sirens began to wail, slow and distant but growing louder. Police. Fast. Efficient. Exactly what I wanted. We followed the rest of the students to the front promenade, where teachers were already counting heads, clipboard arms flapping, voices loud but not panicked. Mark squinted as the first police cruisers rolled through the main gates, lights flashing, a few officers jumping out with radios in hand. He looked at me. Okay, what the hell is going on? I shrugged, just enough to pass. Guess we're about to find out. But I already knew. And when I glanced back once just for a second at the washroom where I'd left 4 men sleeping off a concussion, I didn't feel proud. Just glad. Because they'd planned to take children. And now they'd be taking mugshots. Chapter 27 The Lie Unfolds. POV Officer Kenneth Dorsey, Metro PD. The flashing lights painted the front gate of Aquacrest in rotating red and blue, casting long shadows across confused parents, distracted kids, and a half-dozen flustered staff trying to keep order with tired smiles and chattering radios. Officer Kenneth Dorsey adjusted his belt, stepped out of Cruiser 824, and let the door slam shut behind him. His partner, Martinez, was already moving toward the water park manager, who waved them down with a clipboard clutched tight and a face that screamed liability nightmare. "They're afire?" Dorsey asked as he approached. "No," the manager said quickly. "That's the thing. One of our alarms went off near maintenance. No flames. No heat. No smoke. But one of our janitors went to check and found the door jammed. There's someone inside the men's restroom by the staff hallway, and no one's answering. We've got no one assigned to maintenance this early. It's locked." Dorsey and Martinez exchanged a look. "Anyone inside match staff?" Martinez asked. The manager frowned. "That's the other thing. We don't recognize them. Our head custodian says all his guys clocked out 20 minutes ago." Dorsey nodded once. "Let's take a look." The men's washroom was located in a quiet cul-de-sac of the park near the back, between 2 supply sheds and a now shut-down snack kiosk. They passed a few confused teens huddled on benches, some still barefoot, towels wrapped like cloaks. One of them was crying. No one stopped them. No one wanted to know what was behind the caution tape. They reached the door. Martinez knocked. "PD. Open up." No response. He tried the handle. Locked. Dorsey looked at Martinez. "Crowbar." Martinez smiled faintly. "My pleasure." It didn't take long to pop the door. What they found inside made Dorsey reach for his cuffs by pure instinct. 4 men. 2 zip-tied. 1 unconscious. 1 still groggy with a split lip and a black eye, slumped against the back wall under a flickering fluorescent light. All 4 were dressed like staff, but the logos were off. No Aquacrest patch. No ID lanyards. Their uniforms looked close enough to pass a glance. But only just. A duffel bag had spilled open beside one of them. Inside, duct tape. Zip ties. Chloroform in a sealed container. Syringes. Folded maps of the park with routes marked in highlighter. "Jesus Christ," Martinez muttered, crouching. Dorsey scanned the room. His stomach twisted. "There's a plan here," he said quietly. "This wasn't a robbery." "No," Martinez said. "This was worse." They radioed it in. Backup was requested. Ambulances. 2 more cruisers. Within 10 minutes, the back hallway was cordoned off. The 4 men were being loaded into vehicles. The one with the split lip muttered something about too fast and couldn't see him. Neither officer paid it much attention. Not yet. Because the plan they found in the bag was clear: wait until students were dispersed across the park, isolate the youngest ones, sedate and separate them, then load them through the rear maintenance gate under the guise of early closing. They had names, ages, even bus schedules. This wasn't an opportunity. It had been a plan. And they had been one fire alarm away from pulling it off. POV Clark Kent. I stood near the front gates, water-damp shirt clinging to my back, my towel draped loosely around my shoulders as the sunlight cast long shadows from the arriving police vehicles. The flashing lights danced across the pavement, blue and red bleeding into the reflections on every nearby window. From where I stood, I could still hear the radio chatter. I'd tuned my hearing slightly just enough to catch the updates through the static. 4 suspects in custody. Confirmed evidence of planned child trafficking ring. No injuries. Park guests secured. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. They got them. Really got them. It was done. No one saw me. No one knew. But I'd stopped it. Quiet. Fast. Clean. The danger had passed. And for once, I had passed the test. Dude, William said beside me, pulling his towel tighter around his shoulders. I can't believe they're making us leave. Yet, Mark muttered. Half the park's still open. It's not like we even saw anything. They found people in the bathroom, a girl nearby said. Like, real criminals. My mom's gonna freak, someone else groaned. This was supposed to be our one fun day. Total buzzkill, William added, eyeing the buses being lined up again. Mark glanced at me. You okay? I nodded. Yet. You didn't even get to do the wave pool. I shrugged. Another time. He looked over at the police cars. Weird, though. Who sets off a fire alarm without a fire? I said nothing. Just smiled, faintly. Mark didn't push. William groaned and flopped back onto the bench beside us. This field trip sucked. I kept smiling. Because for the first time in a while, I didn't feel like a kid pretending to be strong. I felt like someone who had chosen to do the right thing. Even when no one would ever know. Chapter 28 The Assumption. POV Nolan Grayson. The news anchor's voice was smooth, practiced, and just serious enough to make it sound like he cared. 4 men arrested at Aquacrest Water Resort this afternoon, now confirmed to be part of an organized child trafficking ring. According to police, the suspects were apprehended before any children were taken. Authorities credit swift action, though no details have been released on who or what triggered the intervention. The footage cut to shaky phone video of students gathered near the front gates, some wrapped in towels, others clustered in small groups, confused and annoyed. Flashing red and blue lights painted their faces as police directed traffic and escorted zip-tied men into cruisers. Nolan stood in front of the television, arms folded, jaw tight. He'd seen that look before. Aftermath panic just barely contained, parents trying not to cry in front of their kids, officers doing their best not to say too much to the press. And buried beneath it all, something that didn't make sense. There had been no warning. No tip-off. No footage of the person who stopped it. Just results. He didn't like unexplained results. Behind him, the front door creaked open. A wet towel hit the floor. Mark's sneakers squeaked as he stepped into the living room, halfway through pulling his shirt over his head. Hey, he said, yawning. Is there any left over? Nolan didn't turn around. Was it you? Mark blinked. What? At the water park. The question hit like a thrown stone. Mark shifted, caught between confusion and something closer to dread. No. I didn't even know anything happened until the alarms went off. They just told us to line up. Nolan finally turned, his eyes narrowing just slightly. You're sure? Yet. Mark frowned. Why? Why would you think it was me? There were no witnesses, Nolan said calmly. 4 grown men taken down in silence. No panic. No injuries. Everything wrapped up before the police arrived. That doesn't happen by accident. It was precise. Mark opened his mouth, closed it, then said, "Okay. Well, wasn't me." Nolan watched him for a moment longer, then turned back to the screen. The police were now blocking off the park entrance. Someone was talking about security upgrades. Nothing important. Then it was Clark, he said quietly. Mark blinked. Clark? He was with you. Yeah, but Mark hesitated. He was acting normal. Like, normal. Nolan didn't answer. His face didn't change. Mark shifted awkwardly. You think he did it? I think, Nolan said, voice smooth, it's more than a coincidence. Mark crossed his arms. You think it's weird too? Nolan's eyes stayed on the screen. I think I underestimated him. POV Clark Kent. The forest was quiet. Not the kind of silence that pressed against your ears but the deep, living kind. Wind in the trees. Insects humming somewhere in the grass. A pair of birds shifting overhead, wings snapping once before gliding out of sight. I stood in the center of the clearing, bare feet on dirt, shirt soaked through with sweat, chest heaving slowly as I exhaled the last of a long-held breath. The sun was low now, soft amber cutting between the tree trunks in long slanted shadows. I'd been out here for hours. Training. Not drills. Not exercises. Work. Focused. Controlled. I'd pushed heat vision into shapes, thin lines, wide bursts, short flashes. I'd flown tight arcs through the branches, weaving so close to the bark I could feel splinters graze my boots. I'd practiced landing without sound. Moving without wind. Accelerating to a blur, then stopping on a dime. And now? Now I stood still. Listening. Breathing. Alive. The memory of the water park still lingered in the back of my mind, not the danger, but the after. The way no one had known. The way I'd stopped something terrible, and still came back unnoticed. The way Mark had looked at me, confused but not suspicious. That's how it should be. I didn't want credit. I wanted to be ready. Because when the real threat came and I could feel it building, quietly, in the spaces between Nolan's silence, there wouldn't be time to hesitate. There wouldn't be room for secrets. Only choice. Only strength. I closed my eyes. And began again. Chapter 29. No more alone. Evening had settled by the time I got back to the apartment. The sky outside was a cooling sheet of pale violet, edges streaked in orange where the sun had dipped below the rooftops. I locked the door behind me, tossed my bag into the corner, and stripped off my sweat-damp shirt as I walked into the kitchen. The faucet groaned before it hissed to life. I filled a glass and drank half of it in one pull, then leaned against the counter, eyes still unfocused. The ache in my shoulders was a quiet, familiar hum, now residual burn from flying drills and heat vision practice, the dull reminder that my muscles hadn't entirely caught up to what I was asking of them. The apartment was still. Empty. Bare. The kind of space that held no distractions. No framed pictures. No television noise. Just quiet. I liked it that way. Here, there was no need to pretend. No windows to look normal through. No questions I had to answer. Until I heard the knock. 3 sharp raps. I froze for half a second, not out of fear, but surprise. No one knocked here. Not unless something was wrong. I walked to the door, bare feet light against the floor, and opened it. Mark stood there. Still in his hoodie from earlier, hood half down, cheeks slightly red like he'd flown a little too fast through cold air. He met my eyes, serious. It was you, wasn't it? The air in my lungs held. I didn't ask what he meant. There was no point. Yes, I said. Mark didn't blink. Didn't step back. He just looked at me a moment longer. And then he smiled. Not a smirk. Not surprise. Just quiet pride. Dude, he said. That was your first save. I didn't respond. Not right away. But something in my chest eased. Just a bit. I guess it was, I said. Mark stepped inside before I even had a chance to invite him, glancing around the small apartment with mild curiosity. Kind of Spartan. Less to break, I said. Smart. He walked to the window, looked out at the darkening skyline, then turned back toward me. There was something different in the way he held himself tonight, not tense, not arrogant. Just determined. I'm not gonna get left behind, he said suddenly. I frowned. What? You're getting stronger, he said, matter of fact. Faster. You hear people from across town. You drop 4 guys before anyone blinks. And me. He gave a small, self-conscious laugh. I'm still trying not to fly into birds. You're getting better. Not fast enough. Mark. He held up a hand. I'm not mad. Seriously. I'm glad it was you. You saved those kids. And no one got hurt. But I don't want to be the one always catching up. So tomorrow he looked at me, eyes sharp. I'm going out. For real. No training wheels. Patrol. Saving people. Doing what heroes are supposed to do. A beat. Then. I want you to come with me. The apartment hummed quietly around us. The fridge kicked on. Somewhere outside, a dog barked. I studied Mark's face, open, hopeful, a little scared under the surface but hiding it well. And I nodded. Yeah, I said. I'll come. His smile broke wide across his face, earnest and full. Good, he said. We start tomorrow. He clapped me on the shoulder as he left, pausing in the doorway. And Clark? Yeah. You're not alone in this. Then he was gone, into the dark, lifting into the night sky like he belonged there. I closed the door behind him. And for the first time since I'd gotten these powers, I didn't feel like I had to carry them alone. Chapter 30 Names in the Light. The city didn't sleep, not really. Even at night it buzzed, cars rolling down side streets, the distant hum of rooftop HVAC units, the quiet murmur of televisions behind apartment walls. It breathed in soft pulses of life, like it was waiting for something. Always waiting. I hovered above the skyline with Mark just before midnight, the cold wind tugging at our hair and clothes. We'd agreed to meet near the east end of the city, on the flat rooftop of an old office building that smelled faintly of rust and old coffee. His silhouette was already waiting when I arrived, backlit by the moon. You're late, Mark said, adjusting the high collar of his new suit. I was early, I countered. You just showed up first. He grinned. You ready? As I'll ever be. We launched together, side by side. The wind carved paths around our bodies as we flew above rooftops, shadows dancing across the buildings below us. The city unfurled beneath our feet, alleys, windows, the occasional flicker of neon signage. For a while, we didn't say much. Just soared. Watching. Mark moved with more confidence now. He still wobbled when he accelerated too quickly, but he was starting to trust his flight, not just control it. I noticed the way he scanned each block, eyes sharp, head on a swivel. Focused. Serious. I've been waiting for this, he said after a few quiet blocks. What, being cold and on edge for hours? No, he said. Doing something that matters. I didn't reply, but I understood. The moment came half an hour later. We were looping over a quieter neighborhood, a mix of banks, pharmacies, and late-night sandwich shops when the sound broke through. Glass shattering. Gunfire, 3 sharp cracks. Then shouting. We both stopped mid-air. Mark turned toward me. That's 2 blocks, I said. And we dropped. We hit the ground hard enough to shake the pavement, knees bent to absorb the force. The bank loomed ahead, glass doors shattered inward, alarms screaming. A security guard lay conscious but bleeding by the side steps, clutching his arm. Mark went to him immediately. Stay down, he said. Help's coming. I scanned with X-ray. 4 men. Kevlar. Semi-automatics. Bags already half filled. One shouting into a burner phone. They hadn't seen us yet. They're still inside, I said. No hostages. One's watching the back. Mark nodded. We go loud. We go fast. We broke through the front in tandem, Mark from the left, me from the right. The robbers barely had time to turn before the wind from our entry knocked 2 off their feet. One fired instinctively, but his aim went wide. The bullet struck Mark's shoulder and bounced off. Hey! Mark shouted. New suit, jerk. I caught the barrel of the rifle before it could fire again and crumpled it like tin. The man froze. I grabbed him by the vest and tossed him gently into the wall. He slumped without argument. Another charged from the vault, shouting nonsense. Mark met him mid-swing and spun, using the man's own momentum to launch him face first into the marble floor. The last guy turned to run. I was already there. He crashed into my chest like a rag doll and bounced backward, dazed. I caught him before he hit the ground and zip-tied his wrists using the restraint cuffs from his own belt. It was over in 42 seconds. Mark looked around, chest rising fast but steady. That's it. That's it. We stepped outside just as the police sirens closed in. Red and blue lights painted the street, headlights cutting through the steam rising off broken hydrants and shattered glass. An officer stepped out of the first cruiser, hand hovering near his sidearm. We're not the bad guys, Mark called, hands up. The cop blinked, processing what he was seeing. I stepped forward and pointed toward the bank. 4 suspects. Armed. Disarmed and restrained. No hostages. A few officers ran past us, disappearing into the building. One of them slowed just long enough to murmur, "Nice work," before moving on. We stood near the sidewalk as more units arrived, crowding the street. Someone started taping off the area. A paramedic helped the injured guard into a stretcher. Then came the lights. Not red and blue, but white. And a camera. A local news van had arrived, Channel 6, by the logo sliding in behind the police barricade like it had been waiting. A woman in a smart blue jacket and a wind-frizzed ponytail stepped out with a cameraman in tow. She zeroed in on us immediately. "You two wait." Mark looked at me. I didn't move. "Please," she called. "Can we get a name? You saved everyone in there. People are going to want to know who you are." The camera locked on. Mark hesitated. Then straightened. "I'm Invincible," he said, voice firm. I glanced at him. Then stepped forward, letting the camera find me too. "And I'm Superman." The reporter blinked. "Superman," she echoed. "Is that, are you both new? Are you with the Guardians?" "No," I said. But we're here, Mark added. And we're not going anywhere. She blinked once more, nodded, then turned to the camera. You saw it here first. Two new figures, one calling himself Invincible, the other Superman, have stopped what appears to be an armed robbery in progress at the First National on 14th. No casualties. 4 suspects in custody. Her voice faded into the hum of the city as the cameraman refocused on the wreckage behind us. Mark turned to me. You really went with Superman? I was tired of hiding. He grinned. Yeah. Fair. We lifted off together, slow at first, then faster, rising above the rooftops until the lights below became dots and the city's noise turned into music. The name echoed in my head. Superman. I wasn't him. Not the real one. Not the legend from another world. But here, in this world, I was the closest thing they had. And it was time I stepped up. Chapter 31 Quiet Between the Stars. The apartment still smelled faintly of ozone and scorched cotton. That always happened after a long flight, something about the friction of the air, maybe the lingering heat vision residue in my eyes. The door clicked shut behind me as I dropped my bag and peeled off my jacket. My boots thudded against the entryway tile. My breathing was steady. And for the first time since we left the bank, I felt the buzz start to fade. The high of it. The energy. Like adrenaline coiled tight in my bones had finally begun to release. I wasn't alone. Mark hovered just outside my window, one hand gripping the edge of the frame, his face still lit with the afterglow of action. You gonna let me in or what? He called. I waved him through. He touched down lightly on the floor, half grinning, still in his suit. Place looks the same. You were here yesterday. Still counts. I tossed him a bottle of water. He caught it, sat on the armrest of the only real chair in the room, and cracked the seal. We didn't speak at first. The silence wasn't awkward. It was something else. A kind of shared stillness. We'd done it. First patrol. First real fight. First time seeing the worst of humanity and not flinching. The apartment was dark except for the warm glow from the kitchen light above the stove. Outside the window, the city shimmered like a sea of tiny stars, street lamps blinking, traffic crawling past at a lazy late-hour pace. Mark finally spoke. Okay. That was insane. I let out a quiet laugh. Yeah. I mean, I thought we'd stop a mugging. Or maybe help someone get their cat down. Not guns and hostages. There weren't any hostages. There could have been. Could have, I echoed. But there weren't. Mark drank deep, then wiped his mouth with the back of his glove. You didn't even hesitate. I didn't have time to. He looked at me, eyes sharp. That's what gets me, man. You moved like you'd done it before. I didn't answer. He tilted his head. You have, haven't you? Just once, I said quietly. Before tonight. Yeah, he asked, voice softening. Where? Doesn't matter. Nothing big. I waved it off. It just taught me to act first. Think later. Mark nodded slowly, looking down at the floor. I hesitated, he said. That guy with the shotgun. I froze for half a second. And then you dropped him. Still. He shook his head. You moved first. You took the lead. You're not in a race, Mark. I know. He leaned back. But it feels like one sometimes. The tone in his voice wasn't envy. Wasn't resentment. Just honesty. I sat across from him on the edge of my bed, elbows resting on my knees. I know the feeling, I said. Mark looked up. I used to train every morning before school, I said. Still do. I'd be in the woods at 5 a.m., flying laps, lifting boulders. Not because anyone told me to. Just because I was scared that if I didn't, someone would get hurt and I wouldn't be enough. You think I don't worry about that too? Mark asked. I think we both do. He stared at the water bottle in his hands. It's just, I want to do it right. You know? I don't want to be the guy who messes it up because I couldn't decide fast enough. You didn't mess up. I could have. I stood up, walked to the window, and looked out at the city. That's why we're here. Together. We watch each other's backs. Mark snorted softly. And when people ask who we are, you drop Superman like it's casual. I smiled. You went with Invincible. Glass houses, Mark. He chuckled. Yeah, but I am invincible. Mostly. I turned to him. And I'm not. He looked me up and down. I dunno. You still haven't told me what you can actually do. I raised an eyebrow. Neither have you. Touché. I crossed my arms. What do you think I can do? He ticked fingers off as he spoke. Flight. Strength. Speed. That heat vision thing. Pretty sure you can hear, like, everything. Close. He looked at me. So. Superman, hey. I liked the name. It's bold. It fits. Mark nodded slowly. Yeah, it does. Another silence stretched between us. This one was softer. Mark leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. Clark, he said. Yeah. Do you ever get scared? I blinked. What? Scared, he said again. Not in battle. Not in a fight. Just, scared. Of the big picture. Of what's coming. I looked at him. And I didn't lie. All the time. Mark let out a breath. Good. Me too. I nodded. Then, without thinking, I grabbed the second bottle of water from the counter, twisted it open, and handed it to him. He took it. We drank together. Outside, the city kept humming. I think we made a pretty good team, he said after a while. We did, I agreed. Think we'll do it again? Definitely. He smiled. Good. 'Cause I think we're just getting started. I looked out the window once more, eyes tracing the skyline. And for the first time since this all began, I believed it. We weren't just playing heroes anymore. We were heroes. And tomorrow? Tomorrow, the real work would begin. Chapter 32 The Butcher's Path. POV Nolan Grayson. 6 months. That's how long it took. 6 months of smiles and staged rescues. 6 months of fatherly guidance and subtle deflections. 6 months of letting Mark believe the world was simple, and Clark think they had time. 6 months of watching the two of them carve their names into the sky like bright, burning words invincible. Superman. They thought the world was theirs to protect. They had no idea how little that meant. Not yet. The underground corridor beneath the Pentagon was colder than it needed to be. Not freezing, just clinical. Like a morgue with better lighting and thicker security doors. My boots echoed in slow, heavy steps as I walked past concrete walls lined with surveillance monitors and biometric scanners. No alarms. No resistance. They trusted me. That made it easier. The guardians of the globe were already gathering inside the briefing chamber. I could hear the murmurs of conversation before I even reached the final door. Red Rush's accent slicing sharp through the air, War Woman's low, tired sigh, Green Ghost yawning like she'd been pulled out of bed. They weren't ready. They never would be. The door opened. They turned. The immortal stood first. Nolan. I didn't answer. I moved. My fist struck Red Rush before his second syllable. The crunch of cartilage echoed through the room as his jaw shattered inward fast, brutal, deliberate. He stumbled back, stunned but not yet down. He didn't have the chance to run. He tried. God, he tried. Blurs of movement flickered around me as he accelerated, tried to land a hit, tried to see. But I only needed one good strike. I caught him mid-dash. Crushed his skull between my palms like a melon. Warmth sprayed across my chest. Green Ghost gasped. Darkwing was already moving, grappling hook in one hand, smoke bomb in the other, but I was faster. I closed the distance in less than a breath and snapped his spine before he hit the floor. Why? War Woman shouted. I didn't answer. Not out of cruelty. Just purpose. She swung her mace. It struck my ribs. Hard. The floor cracked under my boots, but nothing else gave. I caught the next swing in one hand and twisted arm, shoulder, entire upper torso. She shrieked as bone tore and ligaments screamed. I threw her into the far wall. It cracked. She didn't get up. Aquarius tried to summon a tidal surge. I punched through his chest before he could finish. One by one, they fell. Green Ghost lasted the longest. She phased, flickering in and out of visibility like a strobe, but her eyes betrayed her position every time she emerged. I timed the moment she solidified and hit her so hard her lungs stopped moving. And then... silence. Blood pooled in dark, steaming patterns on the floor. Cracked concrete. Splintered bone. Torn cloth. The stench of iron filled the room, thick and clinging. The immortal was the last. He stared at me, bleeding, chest heaving, eyes wide. You were one of us, he rasped. I was never one of you. I didn't let him finish whatever he meant to say. My fist silenced him. The room fell still. I exhaled slowly. Looked at my hands. Not in guilt. Just reflection. It had to happen. Mark would understand. Eventually. Clark? He was the wild card. But not for long. Chapter 33 The Crimson Broadcast. POV Clark Kent. The morning air was quiet when I stepped out onto the fire escape. The city was still half asleep below me, honking cars, bakery doors creaking open, the occasional dog barking like it had something important to say. Wind brushed the hem of my shirt as I sat on the rusted railing, a bowl of cereal balanced on my knee, eyes fixed on the sliver of horizon turning gold. It should have been a normal morning. It wasn't. Because 10 minutes earlier, I heard something. No, not something. Everything. Police radios. Panic. Medical dispatches. Static choked phrases like non-responsive, classified site breached, identities unconfirmed, and finally, the one that froze me in place. Guardians of the globe, all presumed dead. I didn't move at first. Just sat there, the spoon hanging midair, milk dripping onto my knee. Dead. All of them. In less than 10 minutes. And that was when the quiet broke, my phone buzzing once, twice, 3 times. Not alerts. Not news. Mark. Mark, dude. Turn on the news. Like right now. Mark, something happened. Mark, it's the Guardians. I dropped the cereal. It shattered on the rusted metal, milk splashing my bare foot. Inside, I clicked the TV on. News anchors were mid-sentence, visibly rattled. Initial reports confirm the deaths of the Guardians of the Globe in a classified location under federal protection. Authorities have not released details, but sources suggest an ambush involving an unknown assailant with considerable power. B-roll footage filled the screen, images of the Guardians from press events, shaky footage of War Woman deflecting a missile, Red Rush saving a child from a burning car, the Immortal giving a somber statement at a City Hall fundraiser. No crime scene. No evidence. No answers. Just silence and a line of body bags. My stomach churned. This is it, I thought. This is when it begins. I didn't need to see a photo. Didn't need a witness. It was him. Omni-Man. Nolan Grayson. He'd done it. And now everything had changed. POV Mark Grayson. My hands were shaking. I didn't know why. No, that wasn't true. I did know. But I didn't want to say it. I stood in the living room, phone clutched so tightly I thought the screen might crack. The TV was still on. The news anchor had gone quiet, replaced by looping footage of the Guardian's last public appearance, a PR event just 2 weeks ago. I recognized every face. Every smile. Now gone. What the hell happened? I whispered. My mom was upstairs. Dad was, somewhere. He hadn't come home last night. But he vanished sometimes for patrols. For work. I wasn't worried. Not yet. The Guardians were dead. But how? And who? I typed again, fingers stiff. Mark, Clark? You see it? The reply was quick. Clark, yeah. Mark, who could do that? All of them? No one's that strong. There was a pause. Too long. Clark, someone is. I stared at that for a while. Read it once. Then again. Then I grabbed my jacket and flew. POV Clark Kent. Mark landed on the roof 6 minutes later. His face was pale. He didn't knock. He just stepped in through the open window, eyes wide, mouth tight. You know something, he said. It wasn't a question. I nodded once. He paced the floor. I've seen the Guardians fight. They're monsters. In a good way. You saw what War Woman did in Dallas. Red Rush was basically untouchable. So how? Mark, I said quietly. It wasn't a rogue villain. Or a freak accident. He stopped. Stared. Then who? I hesitated. Tried to soften my voice. But there was no soft version of the truth. I think it was your dad. Mark blinked. Then laughed. A short, shocked sound. You what? I think your dad killed them. Mark shook his head. No. No. That doesn't make sense. He worked with them. And that's how he got close enough to kill them. No. Mark. No, he shouted, fists clenched. He's Omni-Man. He's a hero. I stood still. Let it settle. Let it hurt. Because it had to. Mark stepped back, breathing hard. You don't know that. You don't know anything. I wanted to argue. Wanted to prove it. But nothing I said would matter. He had to see it for himself. So I just said. Be careful. And Mark left through the window like a rocket. I didn't follow. Not yet. Because the war had begun. And I needed to be ready. Chapter 34 The Line in the Sky. POV Mark Grayson. The air burned cold around me as I flew fast, reckless, no destination, just a pulse of desperation slamming through my chest like a war drum. Buildings blurred beneath me. My heartbeat roared in my ears louder than the wind ever could. Clark's words echoed over and over in my head. I think your dad killed them. No. 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 He was wrong. He had to be. I banked hard around a water tower, nearly clipped a rooftop antenna. I didn't stop. Couldn't stop. I scanned the streets below with sharp eyes, sharper panic. Where are you, Dad? Why haven't you called? Why did you disappear? I searched higher, past the skyline, past the clouds. Then I saw it. Two figures in the air, near the abandoned broadcast tower on the edge of the city. The silhouette of my father in his red and white suit, cape catching the high wind. The other. The immortal. Alive. Somehow, impossibly, alive. They weren't just talking. They were fighting. Blow for blow, high-speed strikes that cracked the air and shattered the silence above the world. The immortal came in like a meteor, teeth bared, fists driving like pistons, and slammed my dad through the side of the tower. Steel screamed. Nolan barely flinched. He caught the next punch and drove his fist into the immortal's gut with enough force to ripple the clouds. The immortal gasped, coughing blood, and shouted. Traitor! Dad's eyes were cold. I'm doing what must be done. The immortal roared and tackled him, spinning them both mid-air. I surged forward. Stop! They didn't. Nolan threw him off and blurred forward. A final punch. A crack of thunder. The immortal's head snapped back. He fell. Twisting, limp. And my dad turned to me. His face unreadable. Mark, he said. I hovered there, shaking, my voice caught somewhere between disbelief and rage. What are you? What did you do? He didn't move. Didn't blink. Something you'll understand soon. No, I said, my voice cracking. I don't, Dad, what is this? Nolan floated toward me, slow and calm. Everything I've done for you. For us. What are you talking about? My fists clenched. You killed the Guardians. You killed the Immortal. He tilted his head. I killed obstacles. Weak links. Earth's time is ending, Mark. It always was. He hovered closer. Not menacing. Not cruel. Just, inevitable. I'm Viltrumite. And so are you. My breath caught. What? We are not from Earth. We were never meant to serve it. We were meant to conquer it. I stared at him, eyes wide, throat dry. That's not you. You're a hero. You saved people. I saved the ones worth saving. No, I whispered. He reached for me not in violence. In invitation. You and I, we could rule this planet in a generation. Fix everything. Guide them. Make them worthy. But not like this. Not playing dress up. Not hiding. My voice came from somewhere deep and shaking. I'm not like you. You are. He looked down at the city, at the people, at the sky. They'll fear you. They'll hate you. And they will betray you. Because that's what they do. But you and I, we endure. That's what Viltrumites do. He held out a hand. Come with me. My world felt like it was falling apart in slow motion. And I didn't know what to say. POV Clark Kent. I stood in the clearing. My fists clenched. My eyes closed. I didn't need to hear the wind to feel the change in the air. I knew it had begun. He'd made his move. I could feel it in the tremors of the sky. The panic in the police bands. The newsfeed flashing unknown combatants over city skyline. I didn't need to see it to know what was happening. Nolan had snapped. Omni-Man had begun the culling. And Mark was there. Alone. I opened the small trunk beneath the floorboards. My suit, darker now, reinforced, layered, waited for me like a second skin. I pulled it on, piece by piece, every motion slow, deliberate. I tightened the belt. Adjusted the boots. Then I reached for the cape. The red shimmered faintly in the forest light. I fastened it at my shoulder. And stepped outside. The sun caught my face. I didn't smile. Didn't speak. But I rose high and fast, cutting through clouds like paper, moving toward the only confrontation that had ever mattered. Because it had begun. And I would not let Mark fall alone. Chapter 35 Fire Against the Sun. POV Mark Grayson. I'm not going with you. The words hit the space between us like a wall, final and sharp. My father's hand was still outstretched, his cape fluttering like a red wound in the wind. His expression didn't change, no sadness, no rage. Just something cold. Mechanical. Like I'd made a predictable move. And he was already past it. I hoped you'd understand, he said. I grit my teeth. My fists curled at my sides. I understand just fine. And I launched. My punch landed against his chest with a sound like thunder. The shockwave cracked windows for blocks, birds exploded from trees, and the clouds above us split in a jagged line. He barely flinched. He grabbed my wrist mid-swing and twisted. I grunted, trying to yank back, but he moved faster. Knee to my stomach. Elbow to my neck. The world spun sideways before I caught myself in the air, coughing, blood already in my throat. He didn't follow right away. He hovered, judging. Testing. I don't want to kill you, Mark. Good, I said, wiping my mouth. Because I'm not dying today. And I shot forward again. I screamed with every punch. My fists lit the air with every hit. But he blocked. Parried. Ducked. He wasn't faster than me but better. Years of experience behind every movement, every counter. He drove me backward with a single palm to the chest that felt like getting hit by a train. I recovered. He came again. Steel against steel. Father against son. Then. The sky cracked open. A red and blue blur dove like a comet from orbit and struck my father from the side with enough force to drive him through 3 clouds and a radio tower in the distance. I turned, breathless. Clark. Hovering, cape fluttering, eyes hard. Hey, he said. Hey, I coughed. You're late. Traffic. He nodded to me once. You okay? Not really. Stay behind me. Then he was gone, launched like a spear through the sky toward the trail of destruction Nolan had left behind. And I followed. Because I wasn't letting either of them do this alone. POV Clark Kent. He was fast. But I was faster. I hit him again in midair, driving both of us through the side of a mountain, stone shearing away as we tumbled through the cliff face. I pulled up at the last second, his grip latching onto my arm and yanking me downward, slamming me into the valley floor. Dirt flew. I rose from the crater, cape torn, breathing even. Nolan hovered above me, eyes narrowed. I didn't think you'd come. I know. You could have stayed out of this. Could have, I said. He charged. Our fists met midair and the shockwave broke trees in half for 3 miles. POV Cecil Stedman. He watched the feed from his darkened command center, the room silent except for the hum of hard drives and the soft, irregular beep of surveillance satellites repositioning to track the aerial brawl over the eastern mountain range. Donald stood beside him, jaw tight, eyes narrowed. Is that Superman? Donald asked. Looks like it, Cecil said, arms crossed. He leaned closer to the monitor, adjusting the focus as Omni-Man and Clark clashed again, two meteors colliding, stone and air and clouds torn in every direction. And Grayson's boys in the fight too, Donald added. Cecil nodded, almost grimly. Didn't expect that. You mean Mark? No, Cecil muttered. I didn't expect Clark to step in. He's been too careful. Too calculating. Always one step behind the headlines. Then this. He studied the footage. Clark's punches weren't wild. They were surgical. Measured. He wasn't just fighting to win. He was fighting to last. Cecil rubbed the bridge of his nose, exhaled. 2 kids against a Viltrumite. Donald said nothing. Cecil's eyes narrowed. Well, he said finally. Let's see how long they last. Chapter 36 We Do Not Yield. POV Clark Kent. The clouds swirled around us like broken veils, sunbeams lancing through the air where our fists had torn the sky open. My chest burned, lungs aching in a way they never had before. The collar of my suit was torn, the S insignia cracked down the center from a blow that had nearly broken my ribs. Nolan hovered 10 feet away, motionless in the air, his arms raised in a defensive guard. And I was already moving. I slammed into him with a punch aimed at his center mass, not the jaw, not the ribs. The core. I wanted to drive the wind out of him. His forearms came up just in time, and I felt the reverberation jolt through both of us like the sky itself had split again. He grunted, jaw tight, cape fluttering behind him in the broken air currents. You're wasting your strength, he snapped. I've got more to waste, I growled. I threw another punch harder, faster, but this time he ducked low and came up with a brutal uppercut that crashed into my jaw with bone-snapping force. My vision blurred for half a heartbeat as I spun mid-air, momentum throwing me backward. Then boom, Mark's fist hit Nolan from the side. He was screaming, wild, eyes full of rage and disbelief. You're my dad. You're supposed to protect people. Nolan caught the blow across the chin but barely staggered. Without a word, he reached up, grabbed Mark by the face not gently and hurled him down toward the earth. I saw his body streak like a meteor, the wake of his flight carving a line through the atmosphere. My breath caught. No. I turned back toward Nolan, rage building, blood still on my tongue. You shouldn't have done that. I'm saving him, Nolan said. In time, he'll understand. He's young. He'll heal. He's not weak. You call that love? I call it necessary. I attacked. Fast, deliberate, not with the same raw desperation I'd felt when I first took flight. This time I measured each strike, every angle of attack. I aimed for the cracks in his guard, the joints, the vulnerable soft spots I'd watched him reveal in hundreds of hours of analysis. He blocked again, knuckles bleeding. You're not one of them, he hissed. You don't have to die with them. I chose this world, I snarled. We locked fists again, spiraling in the air. Wind screamed around us. My cape tore further. His nose bled. My shoulder throbbed from the last punch he'd landed. And still we hovered. Balanced between belief and blood. You could have something greater, he said suddenly, voice deeper now, slow and commanding. You think you understand power? This world will rot, Clark. They will age and fade and collapse under their own greed. But Viltrumites endure. We build empires. We create dynasties. He pointed to the heavens. There is a woman half-blood, but pure enough. When I've finished here, I'll take her. She'll bear strong children. And you, Clark, you could join us. Your strength, your genes, imagine what we could make. The children we could raise. You don't have to be alone anymore. You don't have to hide. Not from them. Not from us. I stared at him, sick twisting in my gut. He wasn't trying to intimidate me. He was trying to recruit me. No, I said. You haven't even considered it. No. I roared. My eyes burned. The air shimmered in front of me as the heat vision built behind my eyelids, fueled not by instinct but by fury. I didn't lose control. I gave it up. A twin beam of molten light burst from my eyes, slamming into Nolan's chest like a battering ram of fire. He grunted, surprised, arms crossing in a defensive block, but the heat kept pushing, driving him backward, through clouds, through thunderheads, a straight path of burning sky behind him. The beam didn't waver. I pushed with everything I had. He finally broke through the back edge of the cloud bank, smoke trailing from his shoulders, cape burned through on one side. And still he didn't fall. Nolan hovered, scorched and wind-blown, staring at me with real shock. You've gotten stronger. I floated slowly downward, breathing heavily, eyes still glowing. You really thought I wouldn't fight back? I thought you'd understand. I do understand, I said. I understand exactly what you are. His fists clenched.